official narrative invites serious questions about your own credibility. Today, one's take on 9/11 is the best litmus test of one's own sensibility as it applies to nearly every contentious issue around geopolitics, history, and yes, science. They, whoever they are trying to stop a rising tide. Rising tides are unstoppable. And so as we open this 3-day symposium, which has brought together researchers, architects, engineers, pilots, firefighters, family members of the victims and members of the public at large, filmmakers, and yes, even sitting senators, I want to remind you that we are unified at a very deep level. We are unified through curiosity and courage and conviction to do what is right. These are the things that transcend political affiliation, religion, ethnicity, skin color, and every other label that those who seek to control us use to divide us. We will prevail because we can't be divided. To loosely quote our friend at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, Shyam Sundar, the initial conditions for a progressive collapse of the official narrative have been met. It's going down. Collapse has become inevitable. Unlike NIST, who felt that explaining how it goes down need not be part of a governmental investigation, I think we have a pretty good idea of how the official story will get demolished in the minds of the public. Irrefutable proof in the form of meticulous analyses, physical evidence, testimony from first responders and experts in structural engineering, demolition, firefighting, and aviation will be gathered. Independent media platforms will bring this evidence to their audiences, whose size rivals or exceed those of legacy media. And at the same time, these corporate-funded platforms of propaganda will be facing stiff criticism around the reporting of other crises, which will expose them as frauds on other issues. Faith in these so-called trusted sources will be at an all-time low. Such violations of the covenant between a free people and a free press, which ostensibly seeks to hold authority in check, will be exposed. Eventually, this will not go unnoticed by a select few who sit in the halls of power, but rather than squelching and obfuscating our message, they will champion it. There will be calls for disclosure from the very top. My friends, this is already happening right now. I'm very excited to hear from all the presenters over the next 3 days. Some have come a long way. Some have devoted decades of their lives to this endeavor. Tonight will be about science, real science. We'll be hearing from Richard Gage, Ted Walter, Piers Robinson, Niels Harrit, John Cole, Aaron Good, Sandra and Jean Laratonda. These are highly, highly talented individuals who could have chosen a more convenient path through their lives, but instead have devoted their lives to a mission of truth and integrity. But we are not here to blindly accept what they will be presenting tonight. We are here to listen with an open mind, with curiosity and courageousness, to identify where clarification is needed, integrate what they have to offer into our own understanding. We are here to learn and hopefully use what we've learned to teach others. That is how humanity advances. We may not agree on all the particulars, and we may never be able to know with certainty what happened that day, but we know what cannot happen. Architects and engineers, in all their brilliance, cannot design and construct buildings that are heavy enough to pulverize themselves in a matter of seconds from a gravitational collapse. How could such a structure stand to begin with? Fires cannot burn under millions of gallons of water for 3 months unless there's a source of oxygen present. 118 firefighters cannot all be mistaken of what explosions should feel and sound like. There is much, much more than that, and we'll be hearing about some of these things tonight. We may never be able to identify all the true perpetrators, but we know with 100% certainty who the biggest perpetrator was. It was our media. We know that they have, at the very least, been complicit in perpetuating a false story. Dozens of mainstream media sources reported in real time massive explosive events occurring before and during the annihilation of the Twin Towers. Yet when NIST, a branch of our own body, our own Department of Commerce, explained that there was no need to search for evidence of explosives because there were no witnesses, these same media sources stayed silent. As members of a free press, their actions were indefensible. They are being controlled, and perhaps this is the scariest and darkest place where curiosity leads. Rather than being our final and most important guardian against a tyrannical authority, they are, at least with regards to this issue, in cahoots with them. Their only response is to discredit us and our intentions. They label us as seditious, pseudoscientific, feeble-minded, and irony of all ironies, unpatriotic. One only has to review what transpired in the days after September 11th, 2001 to see how they manipulated us into surrendering the things we valued the most. Do you remember? Why would these alleged hijackers do such things? Some asked. Because, we were told, they hate us. They hate our way of life. They hate our liberty, our freedom to do and speak as we wish. Within weeks, the public was convinced that in order to defend democracy, extraordinary rendition would be necessary. Confessions obtained through torture at secret CIA black sites would be admissible in court. Incarceration on mere suspicion alone would be okay. We readily submitted to the idea that surveillance of our communications was required now to safeguard our right to privacy in the future. All of these provisions were neatly spelled out in irony of ironies, the Patriot Act. If our intent was to defend democracy, we lost. We lost before a single bomb was dropped and before a young American soldier set foot in another land. Our brave soldiers did not fail. It was our cowardly leadership that failed us. This movement is about more than 9/11. It is about restoring the inalienable rights of a free people granted by their creator. Rights which we surrendered because of a multi-layered attack of deception by the institutions we trusted the most. We who are here today are at the leading edge of this movement. However, the power of a rising tide lies in the trailing edge. For every one of us who is present today, there are tens of thousands who can see that at one level or another, we were misled about what took place that day. They come from all walks of life, and they know that the opinion of experts who presided over this matter can no longer be trusted. Today, there is another large group who may not be aware of the deceptions around 9/11, but have painfully come to realize that experts are fallible, that they can be controlled by powerful interests, and are susceptible to herd mentality. These are the victims of the COVID-19 pandemic response who were denied early and effective treatment from repurposed drugs and who suffered injuries that were undeniably due to a rapidly developed and poorly tested modified RNA product. I would like to take this moment to address all the epidemiologists, statisticians, researchers, and highly credentialed physicians who recognize the distortions in peer-reviewed literature and PSAs coming from our public health institutions during the pandemic. I have collaborated with some of you. I have learned from many more. You have seen with your own eyes what happens when the public institutions which serve as the final word on science get corrupted, but maintain their sway over the scientific community at large because of a media juggernaut which legitimizes their position. You spoke out at great risk to your reputation, your licensures, your professional affiliations and appointments. You spoke out at great risk to your livelihoods. The researchers and scientists who have gathered here today have been fighting the same disruptive forces at the very same perils, and they've been at it for 20 years or more. I invite you to bring your attention to what we presented this evening. You too are part of this rising tide. It is time that we unite around the common goal of restoring integrity to how science is done and holding mainstream media accountable. On that note, I have a message for another group of people. The journalists who are on the payroll of NPR, CNN, The Times, MSNBC, The Washington Post, and Fox News. If you happen to be here or listening in, are you going to report on this event? How are you going to write your story? As journalists, how do you know which set of experts have it right? Is it us or the establishment experts that you have showcased over the last 24 years, if you were honest with yourself, you would have to admit that you simply cannot know. Thus, the journalist's credo is to report both sides without bias. If you don't, who are you serving? Your audience or someone else? If you choose to paint this event as a gathering of unhinged conspiracy theorists, it won't make any difference in the end. Your credibility is plummeting. It's your grasp on reality that is slipping. This event is being live streamed on Redacted, unlike the confrontation at the Old North Bridge 250 years ago, where the details have been lost to history. These proceedings will be accessible to future generations, and the history books of tomorrow will not look upon your record very kindly. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you. We have an extraordinary evening ahead of us. I will have the distinct honor of introducing all of the presenters today, although I could go on for quite a while about each of them. In the interest of maximizing their time, I will be succinct as possible. And finally, I want to extend my gratitude to Clayton Morris and his team for platforming these presentations and for taking interest in the work the International Center for 9/11 Justice and others have been doing over recent years. Ironically, the first presenter I would like to introduce needs no introduction, but for those who are just dipping their toes into the subject, Richard Gage is a San Francisco Bay architect, member of the American Institute of Architects, founder and former CEO of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, an organization that has brought together over 3,600 architects and engineers who publicly call for independent reinvestigation of those events. He now leads the charge for a new World Trade Center investigation along with his courageous wife, Gail. You can follow him at richardgage911.org. Richard, the floor is yours.
Hello. Are you ready? Are you ready to go down the rabbit hole into the World Trade Center tonight? You sure? Some people think they're ready, and it turns out that they're not really ready. And I've experienced that directly. So let's begin. It takes courage, as Madhava mentioned, to go down this road. And there's just a number of people who are lacking courage in the media and the government and so forth. Madhava made that absolutely clear. Most architects are unaware of the third worst structural failure in modern history, Building 7. How many of you are not familiar with Building 7? Raise your hands. Most people are. And in this room, but in the world outside of this room, they're not. So this is the message for you out there, perhaps a million watching on the Redacted live stream, to learn something new. A 47-story skyscraper, easily the tallest building in most of our states. A football field away from the North Tower. Wasn't hit by a plane. And yet, it went down. And NIST says, well, the damage that it suffered from the World Trade Center Twin Towers, the North Tower, when it came down, was not a significant factor in the building's collapse. Well, let's look at that collapse. Here is Building 7. This is the east penthouse on the upper left that falls first in an isolated event, and then 6 seconds later, the entire building comes down smoothly, symmetrically into its own footprint. Here is the official narrative about the cause of that collapse. The videos are not playing sound. So we got to pick up the sound on the videos. He says primarily due to fire. Well, wait a minute. Let's look at those fires. They're few, they're small, and they're scattered throughout the building. and they're burned out on the floor of interest by NIST, where their collapse initiation theory developed. We go into that in more detail. I'm giving you a 2-hour presentation in 30 minutes. We're going to fly. Floor 12, the fires burnt out. By the way, the Security and Exchange Commission is the 12th and 13th floor, which lost thousands of files related to hundreds of cases it was actively pursuing against Wall Street companies like Enron and WorldCom. Hey, we've never lost a steel frame fire protected structure ever due to fire. Not one. This event is unprecedented. Not even after 9/11, we have these fully engulfed buildings in fire. Not one of them came down. Well, what could have brought it down? Well, let's compare it to a series of known controlled demolitions on the left, building 7 on the right. Is there any similarity? Is there enough similarity to warrant an investigation into the possible use of explosives? Especially since fire, the official cause of this building's collapse, has never in history brought down a steel frame fire protected structure ever. So we have to look at the features of controlled demolition. What are they? Well, is there a sudden onset of destruction? Let's look and listen to Dan Rather as he explains this collapse of this building. Still not getting audio from the videos. So he says, gosh, looks like it was almost deliberately brought down by explosives, like a controlled demolition, well-placed dynamite to knock it down. Well, okay, feature number 1, just check them off your list. Do we have a straight down symmetrical progression outside the footprint? Looking from West Street, yeah, pretty straight down, pretty symmetrical. How do you do that? You have to take all the core columns out, followed immediately, about a second later, max, by the perimeter columns. Any deviation in that pattern, the building will begin to fall over. Can these fires bring this building down symmetrically? No. How fast is the building coming down? Well, we have physicists who have clocked it. David Chandler is one of them. You'll hear from him later in this conference. Yeah, it came down at free fall. What does that mean? That means that not one of these 82 columns in this building gave any resistance for that period of free fall in which this building was coming down. Not one. Where did they go? Where did 82 columns go? When columns buckle, they still give resistance, even after they're breaking a minimum of 25% of their strength. But not one of them gave any strength. Did these fires take all those columns out at once? No, NIST doesn't acknowledge this. We have a moment-resisting steel frame fire-protected building where the columns and the beams are rigidly welded to one another. If this building was going to collapse, it should have been a 20 or story pile, not a pile 4 to 6 stories falling like a house of cards, with all the columns and beams severed one from another. Buildings that fall over, like in this case earthquakes, due to natural causes, the columns and beams are not severed one from another. The concrete is not pulverized to a fine powder. The building is recognizable as a building. Did these fires bring this building down like that? No, it's not going to happen. So do we have witnesses that hear sounds of explosions? NIST says no. We're still not getting sound from our videos. So we heard the sound, sounded like a clap of thunder, turned around. We're shocked to see that the building itself was, well, it looked like a shock wave ripping through the building and the windowsills busting out. It was horrifying. About a second later, the bottom floor caved out and the building followed after that. So Kevin McPadden, former Air Force medic, says, you wanted to grab onto something. I knew that was an explosion, like rumbling underneath me. Bill Rosati sees a flash of light before the building comes down. And these firefighters hear explosions in the vicinity of Building 7 in the late morning of 9/11. Here's one of the guys. There's a bit of humor there. Supposed to be, you get back from there. They got to get back. Seven's exploded. I hear a big explosion. Work on the sound if you can. And we've got 3,600 architects and engineers signed on to the petition demanding a new investigation into the cause of the collapse of these buildings. Like Kamal Obeid is one of 3 dozen structural engineers. A localized failure in a steel frame building like World Trade Center 7 cannot cause a catastrophic collapse like a house of cards without a simultaneous and patterned loss of several of its columns at key locations within the building. Does that sound like something the fires are going to do? No. So the University of Alaska gets involved for 4 years. They say, hey, there's many other similarly designed buildings like this. This is a serious issue. So they compete. 2 competing software programs against each other, get them to try to corroborate each other, and they do. And they find on the left in their final computer model, in order to make this computer model look like the center video, they have to take out all the columns. Compare that to NIST, where they try to take out all the columns, and still the building falls over. So they stop the computer model 2 seconds into the global collapse. That's what your tax dollars are paying for. And so the essential findings, fire did not cause the collapse of this building. We have the evidence of extreme heat. The collapse of World Trade Center 7 was a global failure involving what? The near simultaneous failure of all the columns in the building. Not a progressive collapse, as claimed by NIST. Well, what could do that? Fires can't do that. Extreme heat can do that. In a moment, you'll hear from Niels Harrit, chemistry professor, about what extreme heat nanothermite can do. We're looking at temperatures exceeding 2,500 degrees in the pools of molten iron seen by the first responders, flowing like lava down the channel rails, they describe it, pouring out of the crab claw excavators. Bright yellow molten iron or steel means about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Where are we getting these temperatures? Not from jet fuel. So we have features of controlled demolition that are none of which are accountable for in the official narrative, let alone all of them with additional circumstantial evidence and corroborative testimony. This is proof beyond a doubt of controlled demolition. A body of proof that's convinced 3,600 architects and engineers to publicly sign on to the petition, staking their reputations on the line. Many of them appear in our forthcoming episodes of 9/11 Crime Scene to Courtroom, the documentary that we've issued 4 episodes of and 8 to go. Here's a taste. Sound working. But I'm just not synchronized anymore. We're about 10, 20 slides back on this one compared to that one. I don't know what to do about it other than to hit escape and start the slideshow again from the current slide. That's 68. That was it. Back. Right.
Now, when the body is aware of conscience, now. What are your kids? Did it this to you? Did you want them? Yeah.
Pause for 40 seconds.
Just say nothing?
Yeah, just has to pause to solve the technical issue.
I can talk,
Sure.
but don't press this button.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. The Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry and Richard Gage 9/11 have teamed up to create a series of, there we go. Yeah, you got to see the episodes. Visit 911c2c.org to watch the 4 episodes that are out, and stay tuned. Get advance notice of the forthcoming episodes. What we've done is gone into the boardroom, Mick and I and the experts, and are presenting to our stand-in virtual grand jurors the evidence that you're going to be seeing highlighted, or you've seen World Trade Center 7. We're going to take a look at the Twin Towers next, right here, the next 8 episodes. So it's very exciting because this series of episodes will be provided to the actual grand jurors as a supplement to the 60 exhibits which we've already submitted for a special grand jury petition, which Barbara will be talking about tomorrow from the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. So we've got to then look at the Twin Towers, because if Building 7 was a controlled demolition, and we've just proven that it was, do you think we ought to take a glance at least and look at the evidence for the Twin Towers? I think so too. Let's do it. After all, look at them. We show them simultaneously being destroyed, though they were in fact 15 minutes apart. We have upward, outward arching streamers, a geometry of fireworks, freely flying structural steel sections weighing 4 and 8 tons, laterally ejected at 80 miles an hour, landing up to 600 feet in every direction, trailing thick white smoke clouds. Why are these steel sections, which are not flammable in office fires or with jet fuel, trailing thick white smoke clouds? You want a hint? Stay tuned for Niels. He's coming up right away. Niels is going to tell you about aluminum oxide ash, the other byproduct of thermite, in addition to molten iron. So you have to look and see, is there a sudden onset of destruction? Looking at the features of controlled demolition. Well, the North Tower is standing at rest, and all of a sudden it's in uniform downward motion. No jolt, no hesitation upon impact of the cold, hard structure below. Same with the South Tower. It's standing at rest, and all of a sudden it's in uniform downward motion. What can do that? Why isn't it even slowing down? We'll come to that. We're told that the upper part drove the rest of the building down to the ground after structural weakening by fire. and then destroyed itself. And so let's see if that's happening. Can you see? Let me make it easier. Watch the lower red line. Is there any movement of that upper section down? No, it's not destroying the lower part. It's being destroyed. It's telescoping in on itself. Why? Something else is happening, destroying this upper section, the lightest part. If it were there, it would have destroyed the head. We would be seeing it in the photos and videos, but none of them. Thanks to Wayne Costi for this slide, wonderful slide, that shows clearly that there's no upper part driving the rest of the building down to ground. If it was there, it would have destroyed these few remaining core columns standing 900 feet in the air for 6 seconds. But no, another explosion takes them out at their knees, and the top part descends frame by frame through the concrete powder that's been shaken off of it. That's what you're seeing here. You're not seeing a steel turning to dust. There's no steel dust in the dust found by the numerous agencies that and private companies that have analyzed the dust. So forget steel turning to dust. That is a myth provided by those who do not mean well, apparently. Look and see what we're looking at. Are we seeing a building collapsing? Let's compare it to a volcanic eruption. Which one is the volcanic eruption? You guess. It's not easy, is it? Yeah, it's the one on the right. But in both cases, upward, outward, arching streamers, a geometry of fireworks, freely flying, solid, molten objects, trailing thick white smoke clouds of aluminum oxide ash. And we prove that in our longer videos. Feature number 2, are there witnesses of explosions? You would expect that. Well, yeah, there's 156 of them found by Professor Graham McQueen in the 12,000 pages of testimony that were orally recorded and produced on the New York Times website not until August of 2005. What did we learn? We felt the ground shake. You could see the towers sway, and then it just came down. Again and again, you can hear this order of events, very specific. They're hearing something, they're feeling something, they're seeing something before the towers collapsed. All of a sudden, the ground just started shaking. Felt like a train running under my feet. The next thing we know, we look up and the tower is collapsing. Shook my bones. Shortly before the first tower came down, I remember feeling the ground shaking, heard a terrible noise, and then debris just started flying everywhere. I saw flash, flash, flash at the lower level of the building. You know, like when they demolish a building, saw a number of brief light sources being emitted from inside the building between floors 10 and 15. That's way down below, isn't it? We saw about 6 of these brief flashes, accompanied by a crackling sound before the tower collapsed. I saw flash, flash, flash. I saw low-level flashes, flash, 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 and then it looked like the building came down. An explosion appeared at the very top, simultaneously from all 4 sides. Materials shot out horizontally, and then there seemed to be a momentary delay before you could see the beginning of the collapse. How specific does this fire chief need to be, this expert witness? One of 156. There was an explosion in the South Tower, one floor under another. When it hit about the 5th floor, I figured it was a bomb because it looked like a synchronized, deliberate kind of thing. Well, does the building behave like controlled demolition? Is there a straight down symmetrical collapse? Let's see. Looking at the South Tower. Oh, great. There we go. It begins to tip over. Well, interesting. It's actually tipping over at, sometimes you got to click it several times and it goes forward on the screen, but not on this screen. So there we go, 22 degrees off center. So it's falling off of its axis on, so there's no real loading on the structure below. There's asymmetrical loading, asymmetrical damage from the fires, asymmetrical damage from the planes. How in the world then Do we get complete symmetrical damage all the way around, just like the firefighters described, around the building, all four sides? It makes no sense. This is not a result of all that asymmetrical damage. Let's zoom in to the leading edge of these explosions. And what are we seeing? In this looped video of 12 seconds or so, I'm seeing individual explosions traveling down the building floor by floor. This is not a gravitational collapse. These are explosions which must be pre-placed, relatively small. This is not a nuclear weapon going off. Nuclear weapons go bang, have extremely bright flashes and very loud sounds, which would be heard for hundreds of miles. So what do we have instead? Something that has more of the sound of a roar when they're all put together. Thermite doesn't make quite the sounds as high energy explosives, as Niels will discuss. Do we have isolated explosive ejection? Yeah, occurring 20 stories down below what we're told is a gravitational collapse, 40 stories down below. They even occur as far down as 60 stories below the zone of destruction. There's no accounting for these whatsoever in the official narrative. And they can't, and so they don't. On the left side of the South Tower, we have a dozen simultaneously explosive ejections occurring in this looped video. Well, there's no accounting for these in the official narrative either. We're supposed to be crushing the building below, but what are these isolated explosive ejections? Well, how fast is the building coming down? Once again, we have physicists documenting that it comes down, in this case, almost at free fall, 2/3 of free fall. That's not slowing down when it meets what? The 80,000 tons of structural steel beneath the point of plane impacts. Wait a minute. What happened to all that steel? Well, we talked about it's flying out laterally ejected. Well, interesting. Let's look at that lateral ejection. They're impaling themselves in skyscrapers 600 feet away, up to that far, 1,400-foot diameter, all outside the boundary of the World Trade Center itself. And let's think about this critically. If 100,000 tons of structural steel, or maybe 98% of it, is delivered outside the footprint, how is that weight available to crush the building? That was 1/3 of the weight of this building, both buildings. It's not available to crush the building below, and yet we're told that that's what was crushing it. Maybe it was the concrete. Interesting, because we're missing about 110 concrete floors. Where are they? We're talking about 4 and 8-inch thick concrete poured on metal decking supported by lightweight steel trusses. And we're looking for about 110 pancakes, each an acre in size. We don't find 50. We don't find 20. We don't find 10 acre-sized floors. We don't find a half acre, a quarter acre, a 16th acre sized floor. Where are the pancakes? Where are the floors? In a real gravitational collapse, like in Mexico, you see pancakes at the bottom. Or in Bangkok, Thailand, from the Myanmar earthquake. That was only a 33-story building. And look at those guys in the lower right. They give you a sense that this is a 50 or 60 foot or story tall pile. Well, wait a minute. This was only 33 stories. The towers are 110 stories. Where's the concrete then? Oh, here it is. Pulverized in midair, 90,000 tons of concrete. What can pulverize 90,000 tons of concrete. Well, we thought it was high energy explosives. And maybe some of that's true. But we recently found out that at about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, concrete can turn to powder. Its original hydration products, sand, gravel, cement paste, cement powder. What can happen at 3,000 and 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is what you get with nanothermite and thermite? Niels will talk about that. In this one, this fire safety journal, they say 2,200 degrees, completely decomposed. We didn't know that till a few months ago. I didn't. Maybe you guys did. So we've got some thinking to do. No, they talk about, oh, nanothermite doesn't have the detonation speed to pulverize concrete. It's irrelevant. It's the heat, dramatic heat, completely unaccountable for in the official narrative. That's pulverizing all this concrete. And by the way, where's it going? Laterally, from river to river across lower Manhattan in a 3 square mile area. 3 inches thick, these blankets of powdered concrete. 30% of that is concrete. Wait a minute. Let me think. If 30% of that is concrete, what's crushing the building? This is another third of the weight of the building that's not available to crush the building. That's 2/3 of the weight of this building that's not available to crush it. And yet all of that weight is used by Zdenek Bazant of Northwestern University in Chicago to crush the building. Not only that, but engineers who took 10 years to try to decode his mathematical wizardry found that he doubled the mass up above the point of plane impact. He decreased the column strength below by a factor of 3. Complete fraud. And NIST uses that as their key theoretical basis today for their column failure theory. So we have direct evidence of destruction with explosives, no evidence of destruction with fire. Fire can't explain any one of these features, let alone all 10 of them. With additional circumstantial evidence, corroborative testimony, this becomes proof. Darn good, solid, irrefutable, overwhelming, abundant proof of controlled demolition with incendiaries and probably high energy explosives as well. So we've got to get to the truth of 9/11. People look at this evidence and overwhelmingly they say, yeah, we need a new investigation. Can we have a show of hands here? How many of you think we need a new investigation into this? Well, thank you. And is there anybody who still pretty much agreeing with the official narrative about how these buildings came down by fire and plane impacts? No. So this is the results I've been getting in up to 1,000 presentations in the last 20 years. And we're finally making some headway. Tonight, you're going to hear from Senator Ron Johnson, who we have met with today for an hour in his office. Firefighters, family members, architects, engineers, chemistry professors, and other activists. What did he say? I hope he'll tell you what we said. I can tell you this. We came away very enthused about his genuineness, his sincerity, and his commitment to get to the bottom of this. And so he lit a fire under our tailbones. We're going to be putting together more than 1,000 pages of evidence for what we expect to be a real 9/11 inquiry for which we will be called as experts to testify, not dissimilar from what he has been investigating in the way of COVID over the last several months. COVID vaccine, the vaccine injured. And so we're on fire as a movement. We not only have a sitting senator willing to entertain us in his office, he's coming to speak to the entire 9/11 truth movement personally right here tonight. How cool is that? How important, how historic is that? Not to mention Tucker Carlson, who's now has his tail between his legs because of his previous dissing of the 9/11 truthers, but now he's the leading one. How cool is that? How cool is it that Clayton Morris on Redacted with 2.75 million followers is live streaming this entire event to his own platform? That's a completely unprecedented set of events which we've been waiting for, working hard for the last 20 and 25 years. So don't go away. We are about to grow tenfold and 100-fold in the 9/11 truth movement. How many of you are with us? Right on. Thank you, guys.
Good job, Richard.
Thanks.
Well,
Gail mostly.
camera, and it's really certainly something different to see him in real life. Very powerful presentation. So we have some technical issues with the live stream that we would like to resolve at 6 o'clock right now. Let's reconvene at 6:15, a 15-minute break, please. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, Richard. We'll see you back here shortly. movement often gets misconstrued or misinterpreted. Yes, we would like accountability. Yes, we understand that there are deep forces and dark forces out there. But this is a movement of peace. It's very clear, at least to me, that war on this planet is not what we think it is. We've been trained to think that we've got enemies that are just like us. But once you start looking at deep events like this, it is clear there's something else going on. Violence, in order to prevent violence, is insane. There must be another way through this. We've just gotten word that a young man, Charlie Kirk, a very intelligent man with a large following, a podcaster. I don't know if you all know who he is, but he's got provocative views. He's dead. He was shot, I believe, in Utah. He's confirmed dead. I would like to take a moment of silence to recognize this man's work, whether or not you agree with it or not. May his soul rest in peace. Just 2 minutes or 10 seconds of silence, please. There's a lot of violence out there right now. This has got to end. This has got to end. This is not who we are as a people. Well, I'd like to move ahead with the next presenter, Dr. Niels Harrit. Dr. Harrit is a chemist and former associate professor at the University of Copenhagen's Department of Chemistry. Niels Harrit has authored numerous scientific publications in fields such as nanoscience, photochemistry, and structural mechanics. Harrit gained international attention for his co-authored paper titled Active Thermitic Material Discovered in Dust from the 9/11 World Trade Center Catastrophe. If there ever was a more provocative title to a scientific publication, I would say this one takes the cake. Dr. Harrit, you have the floor.
Thank you indeed, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for Redacted to provide their platform for this live transmission. Can we put on my first slide, please? My presentation is entitled The Chemistry of 9/11, a Coherent Collapse Scenario for the Twin Towers. And I got it, but we're missing a few slides here. All right. Okay, we'll just go back. And I will tell you about the NIST report on the Twin Towers. In the main summary, they provide on page 82, the most important footnote in my mind after Second World War, according to which they admit actually that the timeline for the NIST report on the Twin Towers goes from the instant of aircraft impact to the initiation of collapse for each tower. The consequence is that there is no official technical account for the collapse of the Twin Towers. Did you get that? There is no technical official account for the collapse of the Twin Towers. And that is being revealed in this footnote, which we cannot show for some reason. And so they admitted they know very well that this is the case. Now, instead, they claim falsely in the NIST report that they have demonstrated that up until that point, the towers is in such a poor condition that it's prone to collapse any minute. And then they leave and go home, which means that they leave it to gravity as the only force for doing the work. And the question is this is what we see here? Is this gravity? Not very much, as Richard Gage just demonstrated. What you're seeing here is building debris, girders, steel beams being thrown up and out across the street into the World Finance Center here, 100 meters. This is a beam about 15 tons. And here we are 200 meters from the North Tower, actually, and it's fragments the size of 4 tons being thrown up and out. Okay? I may remind you that gravity is vertical. Okay? It's game over. We're finished. Because it means the initial account cannot be true. And if a theory can only be wrong once, if you need some academic icing on the cake, you may refer to Sir Isaac Newton, who in 1687 wrote this famous book, and his second laws of motion say force equal mass times acceleration. The point here being that the force and acceleration are vectors, meaning they have a direction. In plain English, an object moves in the direction of the force. So for that, if you want that, you may refer to Sir Isaac Newton if you haven't recognized that gravity is vertical. So this is game over for the official story, as a theory can only be wrong once. And we may stop here and take another break. But naturally, we start asking, well, what happened then? And for that purpose, I will introduce you to something called energetic materials. I'll give you an overview, a little chemistry course here. But first, we have to go through 4 fundamental concepts. We already met the force. And the force is something which can make things move, or it can exert a pressure. Energy is not a thing. Energy is a concept you use in calculations. It's a quality you assign to an object or a system. Heat is one kind of energy expression. That's one means that we realize that there is some energy coming out. And fourth, work is a concept we're going to need. It's the energy spent on the movement of a thing. In physics, work is a very, very mechanical thing. It all deals with moving things. So energetic materials, the best known kind of energetic material, of course, is gunpowder. It was invented by the Chinese in the 10th and the 9th century, and it consists of a mixture of pulverized charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter, which is a chemical you can dig out from the ground. These are powders which you mix in a very macroscopic fashion, and I have to bother you with a little chemical equation here, but it's not so bad. Carbon, C is the symbol of carbon, S is the symbol of sulfur, KNO3 is saltpeter, and when it reacts, they are forming gases. Carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and different nitrogen dioxides here. Okay, and that's important. This is what an explosive does. It produces a gas very fast, so you get a pressure, and that pressure can do work. I will show you an example how gunpowder can move something, in this case, a potato. It's a German science class. They made gunpowder in the chemistry class, put it into a little barrel, and put in a potato, and here we go. water release. So, but in gunpowder, a chemical reaction is the movement of electrons. So in the gunpowder, the electrons have to move from the carbon onto the saltpeter particles. It takes a lot of time because the electrons are very small and they have a very long distance to move. Visualized below here, we have the carbon particles, and the electrons are having a very long way to go. So for that reason, okay, we're missing a slide here. Never mind. For that reason, gunpowder is very slow. It's actually not really an explosive. And you can use it in fireworks, you know that. And you don't want the rocket to explode. So in a rocket, the gunpowder burns from the top down very slowly, so the rocket goes up. For that reason, I would characterize gunpowder not as a real explosive, rather as a propellant or rocket fuel. Okay? So explosives, they make gas very, very fast. It's a misconception that explosives should be particularly energetic. They're not. The key here is they are fast. And the same thing with propellants. They are. The propellants, they can develop a gas, they can do work, but they are not very fast. And lucky for that. So if you need an explosive, you have to cut down on the distance the electrons have to move. This is an example here. RDX is a very common explosive used for cutting steel beams and stuff like that. Cyclotrimethylene trinitramine here, and you have the formula here, and you can see here the electrons only have to move a very, very short distance from that nitrogen atom to that nitrogen atom, and that is a distance about 1/10 of a millionth of a millimeter. So that's why RDX is very, very fast, because electrons don't have to move that far. Shall we wait for the pictures to come up again? Okay. Well, let me say in the meantime that the RDX is well, shall we sing a song? Where's the guitar? Well, RDX is the nasty explosive, because the combustion zones, it moves at more than 20 times the sound of speed. So the bang actually breaks the sound barrier. It really hurts the ears. And I have it up here. The next slide.
Team Laratonda. Thank you. Silence is gold.
Are we ready for a reboot eventually?
So the big generation evolved into the 60s generation. I'm a late blooming flower child. After here, it's asking to speak while we have this technical problem.
of Ace Elevator, whose employees got pulled out on 9/11 because of a union meeting, coincidentally. So yes, we certainly want an investigation of them. What about security, under whose noses would have had to have been brought tons of nanothermite, thermite, high-energy explosives? Could you tone it down a little, Lou? Could you tone it down? Thanks, Lou. And so he's a good guy. We love him, but are we back online? Please, let's do this.
Yeah. Well, I just suggest, if you wish some entertainment, I can do a little, what do you call it, performance, illustrating what free forms acceleration actually means. And I'm sure that our friend David Chandler would know this. Okay, we have time. This is what I do to my students. I'm going down there and make a little thing. Because it tells something about the energy being involved in the process. Now, if you apply Newton's second law to how much will free fall take from 2 meters height, you come out with 0.66 seconds. So free fall from 2 meters will take a little more than half a second. But so I'll demonstrate this in a little while. I'll expose this underliner to free fall. But first I'll put it down on the floor. And it's lying down on the floor, and we all expect it to stay there. Not because it's not subject to any forces, because there's gravity pulling the underliner downwards. But the floor exerts exactly the same pressure the other way up. This is Newton's third law. And because the one force is equal to the other force, there's no resulting force acting on the underliner. So for that reason, it doesn't move. This is Newton. First, it's very easy. Now I'm going to do some work. As I told you before, work means moving things. I'm going to do work. I'm going to move this thing 2 meters up in the air. And for doing this work, I have used energy, right? It comes from the breakfast I enjoyed a couple of hours ago. And the energy has been spent for moving the object 2 meters from the floor. And now it's up here. Now, if I release this object now, it will go into free fall. And that is where the energy I have spent to giving this object a potential energy, because now it is 2 meters away from where it wants to be, namely on the floor. Energy, nature always wants to go home. It wants to go home. But I have given this potential energy will be released in a second. And the energy I have given to the underliner now goes into accelerating this object down into the floor. We can make the experiment. Are you ready? 0.66 seconds. I count to 4. I release it on 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if we had done this experiment accurately, I promise you it would have taken 0.66 seconds to reach the floor. And what does that imply for us? It means that all the energy which went into raising the 47th floor of Building 7 up in the air in 1987, now on 9/11, went into accelerating the 47th floor down to the ground. That is, there is no zero energy left for doing other work, namely taking the whole steel structure apart. That is why the free fall acceleration is important, as David Chandler has shown us so many times. Thank you.
Any questions about free fall? or other things? Raise your hand. Stand up, speak it out. Lou. Okay, the party he's referring to is after the event tonight. We're all going to meet at the Admiral, which is on DuPont Circle. I think it's 1 DuPont Circle. So come have a drink with us. And there's food too. So whenever we end, which may be late, we're gonna be going down there. Other points? Yes, Diane. Question about cleanup after 9/11. Didn't hear that. LaRouche was in what? Aliyamama. A Saudi tanker, I'm repeating for our audience at home, with Tanker Aerospace?
For British oh, thank you.
Oh,
For British Aerospace. And we estimated they would have had a slush fund of $80 billion to play with, the deal between the Saudis and Thatcher. What I found interesting is Kirsten Gillibrand, the New York senator against whom I ran for Senate, her father-in-law was the vice president of British Aerospace. He then was the company that coordinated the cleanup at 9/11. And it's my understanding that they took everything away and that there's probably a lot of evidence in whatever was the residue or the, what was left there. And I wanted to know what happened with everything and the cleanup and whether there's been chemical analysis of all of the debris.
well, that's a pretty involved question. The cleanup and the analysis of the debris. We know the debris started being carted away from the World Trade Center starting just 2 weeks after 9/11, and in a line of trucks even that day or the next day, which appeared seemingly out of nowhere. They took the debris to their landfill to be shipped to China for recycling before investigators could get their hands on it and do a proper forensic investigation. At this time, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Johnson, would you come up? Huge round of applause for Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Richard. Can you hear me better with this, or should I go down?
No, we need to
Without-
use this.
without-
Step
okay.
together.
Okay.
It's close to you.
Sorry, happy to be here. It's a pretty somber mood right now on Capitol Hill. If you haven't heard, we've had a political assassination. Charlie Kirk, speaking to a group of young people at a university, got shot in the neck and was died. I am here out of respect for the political violence that occurred on September 11th. I'm here because as ranking member of the Permanent Subcommittee of Investigations, our chairman held a hearing on the south of the Live Golf, their agreement or their attempted agreement with the PGA. I personally didn't agree with that investigation, but part of that investigation was a pretty high profile hearing. That prior to that hearing, we had family members of 9/11 come up to me and request me to use that moment to try and extract the information from the FBI in terms of what they knew, what the FBI knew about Saudi involvement. Again, I'm from Wisconsin. Obviously, I remember where I was in 9/11. We all will never forget that, but personally was not impacted like the firefighters and the family members. So this is really, certainly as a public official, this is my first contact and really serious thought process going into really what impacted. I mean, as much as I was impacted by the iconic pictures of walking up, of the firefighters walking into danger. And quite honestly, as Chairman of Homeland Security, I just saw a video of the hearing we held at the 9/11 Museum in New York City back in, I can't remember what year it was, but it was when I was chairman of the committee. And that obviously had an impact on me, but not to the extent that having the families come up and realizing that our government hasn't been forthcoming. I didn't realize that. So we asked for those records on a bipartisan basis. Of course, we haven't gotten it. Haven't gotten to this day. That inquiry led to being contacted. First of all, I've got a pretty good friend in Oshkosh. He's a contractor, knows a lot about engineering, structural engineering, knows Richard. Started sending me what I'd call the best of James Corbett report. You know, I watched the different documentaries, Calling Out Bravo 7, Building 7, the last interview with Graham McQueen. And like so many other things, whether it's, you know, my investigations into COVID and COVID injection and, you know, COVID injection injuries, childhood vaccine injuries, you know, once your eyes are opened, you can't close them. The problem we have in America today is so many of our institutions are no longer trustworthy. The American people, for legitimate reasons, do not trust so much of our institutions, and government is really kind of the leader in that lack of trust. I believe that the family members, the firefighters, the people definitely impacted have a right to know at least what our government knows. Now, I also have to be very, very realistic. I mean, I come from a manufacturing background. I know how to solve a problem. One thing you have to do is you have to set yourself achievable goals. So I've spoken to enough people in this movement. I think I know what you want, okay? You want the full truth. I'm not sure that'll ever come out. Now, let's face it, when President Trump promised to release, for example, all the files on JFK assassination. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I probably won't find much new. There've been a lot of people interested in that, really dug deep, you know, found witnesses, you know, a lot of witnesses died. You know, we find that somewhat of a pattern. But I thought after, you know, 60 some years, what are the chances that the incriminating stuff wouldn't already have been destroyed? You know, I've got the same problem with the Epstein files. Okay, no, 9/11 happened a long time ago. Met with a group, including Richard earlier today. I've given a couple interviews on, you know, James Corbett. There'll be one coming out tomorrow with Brett Weinstein. And a legitimate point I'm making, because I know a lot of people have theories. Okay, I don't. Again, some might be crazy. I don't dismiss them. Okay, because so much information has been withheld, because so many legitimate questions not only haven't been answered, but anybody who even asked them is vilified for it. Okay. One of the reasons that I think it may be difficult to get to the very truth is if you really think about, well, what are the theories? You know, what could have, if it wasn't Al-Qaeda solely, if there were people that helped them, okay? If that were known, what does that do to our world? I mean, we all, I think we're all old enough here, we all saw 9/11, we all remember that moment. You probably uttered the exact same thing that about 2 billion people uttered that day, is this changes everything. The full truth may do that as well. So again, I don't know whether the full truth can ever be possibly revealed, I'm not saying I would do anything to cover it up, but I am saying I would understand, based on some of the theories, why even responsible government officials might say, I'm not sure this is something we should release. I'm just giving you the resistance. I'm trying to make sure you understand what the reality of the situation is here. Okay? Now, from my standpoint, what I suggested, because I know there's been a lot of suggestions about having President Trump appoint another 9/11 commission. And as I've heard that, the structure of that would be, don't have politicians involved, and I don't disagree with that at all. I do know President Trump has an awful lot on his plate. I do know, and I think you need to be realistic about this, is, those who want the truth. I mean, there's certainly people on the fringe. There are a lot of people that write some, put their theories out there, not particularly acceptable, easily marginalized. Okay? So I understand. I think Kurt understands. I mean, why, politically, this is a, this is a controversial thing to delve into. Okay? I generally have not been particularly fearful of delving into things that aren't particularly politically popular. So again, that doesn't deter me. But I understand where maybe President Trump wouldn't want to appoint another 9/11 commission. Quite honestly, I don't think it's necessary. Because I think you, within your group, and when I was on James Corbett, he said, what are you going to talk about? Well, I said, they'll probably be as dissatisfied with my speech as this interview is going to be dissatisfied. I don't have the information. Now, I don't really have the investigatory capability. I've been trying to extract information from the federal government for years. The deep state doesn't give up its secrets very easily. So I'm very realistic about that. So, what I've seen out of just ordinary citizens, the amount of information, the legitimate questions that have been raised are, pretty impressive. Okay? So I don't dismiss, and I acknowledge that there are so many questions that absolutely deserve to be asked without the people asking them being vilified or marginalized or termed crazy. So what I've suggested to the group today is you've got the experts. Figure out how to cooperate. Richard provided me, before I started going some of these shows, once I opened my mouth on this subject, so give me the questions. Again, I've watched the documentaries, but it's kind of all scattershot. Bring it together. Lay out the list of questions, and he did. It was very helpful. But what I would suggest this group do is figure out how you cooperate. Form your own version of a 9/11 commission. I won't have the government funding. There may be some people that Kurt know that could kind of help provide some staff on this thing. But gather all the information, organize it well, wrap it up in a bow. And again, I can't make any guarantees, but if it's done well, and I would say only include irrefutable information, nothing conjecture, nothing that can be attacked. I think you have enough to create a report that I would then be willing to use. And I have a responsibility, by the way, in terms of how I use a U.S. Senate committee platform. I have a real responsibility, not just to the families and the firefighters of 9/11. It's the families of the COVID injection injured, the families of the vaccine injured. Now, I realize how I've been vilified in the media, how I've been, again, what they do is that person's been discredited. Once you've been labeled discredited, you're not a very effective voice. So quite honestly, I don't want any of you to be discredited. I don't want to be discredited. I have a responsibility to make sure I'm not discredited. So again, this is a very sincere suggestion. Bring yourselves together, do it in an organized fashion, lay this out so the American people can look at this, and maybe in the end, that's as an achievable goal as you can get here. I don't know, maybe you'll go beyond that. We won't know it. This is one step at a time. But what you're noticing, you're gathered here in the year 2025. We're talking about things, you've got a U.S. Senator here in front of you. This hasn't happened, right? Why is this happening this year? Well, it's because people like Tucker Carlson, because Kurt Weldon has come out and started talking about these things. Okay, the window, the aperture is being opened up. You can't expect everything to be revealed tomorrow. This may take some time again, and we may never know the full truth. But I think at a minimum, the families of 9/11, the firefighters, the people who've lost loved ones, the people who have been working to dig up this information, these legitimate questions, at a minimum, ought to be given the respect to ask them without being ridiculed, without being vilified, without being marginalized, and as much as possible, get those questions answered. So again, it's maybe not particularly satisfying hearing from me in terms of kind of what my involvement in this thing would be, but that's my suggestion. I think that's the best way to move forward. And this literally is going to be step by step by step, but give yourselves credit. Give the people like Richard and the others, the Corbetts, all the people, Kurt Weldon, give them credit for creating this opportunity. Okay. And that's really about all I have to say. I'm sure you were maybe looking for more. That's kind of what I can offer. Okay. Kurt, did you have a question?
Kirk, can you come up and use the mic?
No, I'll speak from here,
Oh, there it is.
and you'll hear from me tomorrow. And I just want to say, this is the first senator who's had the gut to come out publicly for what you all know. You understand that? This senator called me at my home on Easter Sunday. Called me at my home on Easter Sunday and said, I want to talk to you. And I went down and met with him, and I took people with me, including Judge Sullivan. And he listened, but he just didn't listen. You need to understand that with a person like this, you need to work carefully. You need to help him because he's under tremendous pressure. The opposition are not going to let him do anything that they think will give him an advantage politically or his party politically. And this is not a political issue. The president's in a tough spot, but this man has been willing to stand up and speak out, and he's an elected official. So what I'm saying to you, regardless of anything else, you need to go back to the people that you represent, especially those in Wisconsin. You need to proclaim that this man is a hero to all of those people that we honor tomorrow. Those 343 firefighters, those 2,977 responders and civilians, those 2,500 soldiers from the U.S. that were sent to Afghanistan to look for bin Laden when he was in Iran, and they killed him in body bags. This man is willing to speak out. That's not easy. Senator, I want to applaud you. Tomorrow, Congressman Kucinich and Rohrabacher are joining you here with us because they now have decided it's got to be bipartisan. We're going to build momentum, Ron, and it's because of you. Thank you.
So I can't state this strongly enough. This is not about me at all. But the only reason I'm concerned about my not being marginalized is for the people that are counting on me to be able to uncover and expose the truth and have the reputation that when I expose the truth, it'll be accepted as truth and not immediately marginalized. And so that includes this group, but it includes the people I'm advocating for on all the other subjects I'm trying to do. So again, don't worry about, this is not, I could care less about the political ramifications of this. I care deeply about the people who deserve the truth and they're not getting it from our federal government, and I'm trying to get it for them. So anyway, God bless all of you and enjoy your. No time for a question? I do.
Do we have any questions? Raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question of the senator. We'll start with Madhava.
Senator.
Right here.
For children's self-defense. Are really grateful to you for what you've done. I hear phenomenal. You said something on the James Corbett report, which I think is very important. I think he interviewed you about 8 or 9 days ago, and you said you're not ready to champion it, but you will platform it. And I think that is an enormous move, because that's all the truth needs. We just need a platform. It's going to fly on its own, and I thank you for that.
Well, yeah, let me underscore, I have a responsibility to that platform as well. Okay? I take that responsibility very seriously. Sir.
Lost of our troops in Afghanistan. And I want to recognize Pat Tillman as a special victim of assassination. I think on the day after Charlie Kirk is assassinated, we've got to acknowledge that it's the assassins that are in charge for the most part. I'm sorry.
So,
Not.
you know, and I think it was in the Corbett interview that I did start talking and kind of broaden this on a macro basis. You know, would have we had 9/11, had America heeded George Washington's warning? Now, you know, listen, you know, America, and again, America is a great country because Americans are good people. I mean, the fact that we send our sons and daughters across the world, not to gain territory, as Colin Powell said, you know, the only land we ask for is to bury our dead, but literally to help others gain their freedom, to have what we have. I mean, that's extraordinary what we do for people, as a people. So I don't want to denigrate those efforts, but I think we have to question, you know, how often we put our nose into things that we probably shouldn't, and maybe we put our, you know, after being the world leader, after World War II, kind of thrust into that position. Did we embrace it? Did people like Alan Dulles and the CIA, and did we embrace it to such extent that we got so involved in things that blew back on us? Okay? Again, those are legitimate questions to ask. I mean, we should go through these 4 entanglements and go, okay, why did we do it? What was the goal? What was the cost in human life, ours and theirs, and human treasure? I mean, if we would do that, if just going back to Vietnam and go through that, I don't think we'd be very happy with the results at all. But it's, again, it's not to at all denigrate the finest among us and the service and sacrifice they've had, but you have to have a sober postmortem of all of these things. And I think that's one of the things I think as we go through this, whatever we do with 9/11, at a minimum, I hope, we really do go, so again, not to blame us for it, but understand what our actions, what our 4 entanglements have resulted in. And I think that's just, that would be a healthy thing for us to do, which we generally don't do. Listen, I love America. I think we are the greatest nation in the history of mankind. We're not perfect. Yeah, we always ought to strive to be perfect. So again, sir.
Do you see, as you mentioned, under the current president, the aperture, the window of Pat Santi from New Jersey, do you see under the current administration the aperture, the window that you described as the opportune moment, but mentioned the evidence has to be not circumstantial?
Well, again, I think if you lay out the evidence in a highly organized fashion where it's indisputable, irrefutable, bulletproof, does this president have the aperture? He's quite the specimen. I mean, I've never seen a president engaged in more things early on in his administration. So, I mean, we'll see. You know, right now he's a busy guy. Okay, I wouldn't be able to do what he did, or what he does, so, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kathy Boylan. I'm with the Catholic Worker, and I've been, 9/11 truth person for a long time. But one of the things that I'd like you to do is read David Ray Griffin, a theologian who wrote 14 books on 9/11 and was convinced it was a false flag operation. And then I go to the Pentagon every Monday to ask the soldiers to put their guns down and refuse to kill. And as the Air Force people go by, I always say to them, do you wonder why the planes weren't scrambled on 9/11? The planes that flew from Boston, why weren't they stopped? And it turns out that Rumsfeld had taken control of scrambling the planes 3 months before 9/11. And he was out in the yard picking up debris on 9/11 at the Pentagon. Rather than being in and listening, he was supposed to be calling on NORAD and the Air Force to scramble the planes. And then there was Commander Worley at Andrews Air Force Base, who gave an interview to the Washington Post on 9/11 saying, my men were ready to go, but they had to wait. We had to wait for an order. The order never came because it was coming from Rumsfeld, who wasn't giving the order to scramble the planes. Commander Worley, he was promoted that day. A few years later, do you remember the big terrible crash of the Metro at Fort Totten? Do you remember that? 9 people died. Anyway, Colonel Worley and his wife died in that fiery crash. And my opinion was he was killed because he would have, if there was another commission, he would have told that, he would have had to tell the story because people already knew that he had said, I was waiting for an order that never came. Thank you.
So again, here's an example of a lot of questions, just a small subset of the questions that needs to be organized and collated and put together, like I say, with a nice ribbon behind it. And that's what you got to do. Okay. So, okay, one more.
Thank you so much for being here, Senator Ron Johnson. You just mentioned how the aperture is opened. Obviously, you're here. Kurt Weldon's here. He held hearings, I think, all the way back in 2005, 2006 on Able Danger. It is the 24th anniversary. What do we have to do between now and the 25th anniversary to try to get some accountability in that executive? Because you just mentioned going all the way back to Vietnam. I would argue we haven't had any type of executive punishment since the days of Iran-Contra. And even that was a lot of slaps on the wrist and pardons after the fact.
So again, you need to use the word punishment. I know a lot of people want that. I use the word accountability. And from my standpoint, the first step and quite honestly, the biggest step in accountability on a political realm is exposure. Okay. So that's exposure, expose it, allow the American people to see the truth. And that's what I'm saying. I think the best thing we can do is what I've suggested here, gather together. You got a lot of people that are way more expert, have, looked into, questions like the lady just talked about. Man, I don't know these things. Again, I think James Corbett was totally blown away by the fact when I said, really until I started delving into this, I had never heard of Building 7. The vast majority of Americans haven't. So again, people are seeing this, people are asking questions, people obviously, more people are understanding that you can't trust the government because you saw how much they lied to us during COVID. But again, is it all going to be revealed tomorrow? No. I mean, this is a step-by-step process. Be realistic about it, and do a really good job here. That's the best way to do it. But you've got other speakers, so let me. I've disrupted this enough. So. Okay. Okay. God bless all of you. Okay. Take care.
Well, go for it.
All right, folks, listen, Dr. Harrit is going to finish his presentation, and then we're going to take a 15-minute break. So that's when we have some time to attend to what's needed. I'd like to bring Dr. Harrit back up and hear the rest about what he's got to say. Dr. Harrit?
Well, that is a hard act to follow, but I shall do my very best. When the thing comes up eventually. Because we left, no, I cannot make it in 10 minutes. I'm sorry. And because if that's a hard stop, there'll be no presentation. It's not relevant. So do we proceed? I give the rest of my thank you. If we could pick up from where we started, I may remind you that I have told you about explosives. I've told you about propellants or rocket fuel, and we went back to take a look at the most common explosive called RDX, and it's extremely fast because the electrons do not have to move very far. So that is that the combustion zone moves at the speed more than 20 times the speed of sound, so the bang goes through the sound barrier. It's very noisy. Now, the third kind of energetic material I'm going to present today is incendiaries. And the best known kind of incendiary, which is something which can make a lot of heat, is thermite. And incendiaries, they can do heat, they cannot do work. Incendiaries cannot do work. They can only make a lot of heat. They're very slow. And the best known kind of incendiary is thermite. A little chemistry equation again. Thermite in the classical formulation, which goes back to 1893, is a mixture of aluminum and iron oxide powder. You may call it rust if you want. And then it reacts and forms aluminum oxide and molten iron. And it is molten because the temperature which is reached by this reaction can be extremely high, as much as 200 and 500 degrees centigrade, which is roughly 1,000 times above the melting point of iron. So, and now I'll show you what this combustion of iron here in the lab. And you should in particular recognize the little white cloud over here. That is aluminum oxide, and it is sputtering. Now I'm going to show you what thermite can do to a French car.
Destroyed because it's old, it's white, but more importantly, because it's French. The engine block is the densest part of a car. It's basically a huge lump of metal, and, well, it's very hard to melt. Lucky then, the Brainiacs have plenty of thermite, specially packed into the slow-release mechanism of a garden flower pot. A big pile on the bonnet directly over the engine block should do the trick. Time to light the fuse and give this homage to French engineering the send-off it so richly deserves. The irreversible thermite reaction begins. Within seconds, the fiery concoction eats through the bonnet, spraying molten thermite into the engine beneath. The devastation continues inside until finally a torrent of white-hot liquid metal pours out of the bottom, signaling the inevitable victory for thermite. A quick check confirms a clear path of destruction through the engine.
Now, if we think if thermite is supposed to cut the steel beams and the steel columns in World Trade Center, don't we have a problem here? Because on the French car, and let me add, I drive a French car. I've done so for 50 years. And because it's vertical, the action is vertical, how can you possibly cut a steel column which is in itself vertical? That problem has been solved, obviously. All you have to do is put the thermite into a container which can stand the heat, and then it goes like this. It didn't. I'm sorry, the video does not run. Well, can we do something about that? No. Yes, there we go. Let's try this one. We back up and we try again. Here we go. That's it. You do it very fast. And actually, there are many patterns of this, what you call beam cutters. Well, never mind. Let me tell you then about thermate, because if you want to cut steel, it will be advantageous to add sulfur to the mix. It has the effect of lowering the melting point of the steel, and as far as down as 992 degrees centigrade here. You may add other things. It's not very interesting in this context, but in the end, the mixture can cut through steel like a hot knife through butter. But adding sulfur to the thermite mixture, it leaves a trace. There's something to be found afterwards. And this is the publication which came already in December 2001, that is about 3 months after 9/11, where these workers from Worcester, they received some samples of steel beams from FEMA, and they investigated it in this analysis here. And what they found, well, here you see such a steel beam. It looks like Swiss cheese. It does not look like a steel beam at all. But if you go and take a closer look, this is metallurgy, you will find in it faces of iron sulfide. And this is how you do it. The technology is called energy dispersive spectroscopy. And you can see iron sulfide. If I can here, this is iron sulfide. No, this one is iron sulfide in here and up here. And that is a safe proof. The thermate, the variety of thermite, has been applied on this column. There's no way around it. So, and this is how you do it. I showed you before on the little steel beam, the cutter charts. There are many patterns, and some of them are military patterns. You may recognize that the date is 2001 on this pattern, and this is how you cut a steel column by doing this. And that is the reason why we saw molten iron pouring out of the Twin Towers. This is molten iron. It is not molten steel. It's molten iron from the thermate acting on the steel columns. Thermite is slow, and it is slow for the same reason that gunpowder is slow, because the electrons has to move very far from the aluminum particles to the iron oxide particles. But it has a lot of energy. There's far more energy into the thermite reaction than into molecular explosives. So wouldn't it be wonderful if we could speed up the thermite reaction and we can add something which produces a gas? Then we'll end up with an explosive and rocket fuel. Enter nanotechnology, because what you do in nanotechnology is you make everything smaller, smaller and smaller and smaller, and you end up with dimensions which is about 1/1000th of a meter. That's 1/1,000,000th of a millimeter, very, very small ingredients. And for that reasons, now, when it reacts now, the combustion temperature goes up and the speed goes down. No, the time goes down, the speed goes up. And so here you have the, oh my God, my goodness here. We back up again, we go forward again. So the coarse particles here go slowly, but as the particles get smaller, the temperature goes up and the time goes down. It reacts much faster. So, and there are many kinds of documentation that the military picked up on this technology. This is from a conference in San Diego in 2001. And I wish I could see the pictures down here on my screen in front of you, and I would read for you. I cannot read from this distance, actually, what you see here. Maybe somebody will help me. But I'll try the next picture, which is from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And it says that the military reloads with nanotech, smaller, cheaper, and nastier. They are fire no, I cannot read it. There's a principle. Can somebody read it for me? Go ahead, please. That's nice, isn't it? So now, to sum it up, the energetic materials in explosives, they're fast, they produce a gas. Propellants, they're less fast, not so fast, they produce a gas. Incendiary does not produce a gas. But when you move to nanotechnology, they are all fast. And if you add something to the thermite reaction, you will also get a pressure, and you can convert it into propellants and explosives. They can both be nanothermic. So in 2009, this picture came out, active thermitic material discovered in the World Trade Center dust, where we discovered something in the dust which looked like this. We call them the red-gray chips, and they're red on this side of it because iron oxide, most of it, some kinds of it, are red. It resembles rust, right? The most important findings, in my opinion, from this very big publication is the reactivity of the chips. I was actually surprised that they will still be reacting after so many years, because nano aluminum has a limited shelf life. But I'll show you now 3 videos which demonstrates that nanothermite can produce a gas. And the first one is from the lab of Stephen Earl Jones, where you see the experimentalist, he's holding a micro torch in his right hand, and to the left of the torch is a little nano red chip, one of the red-gray chips. They're about 1/10 of a millimeter. They're extremely small. But you see here in the video that the chip ignites and then it moves. It hits his hand and he could actually feel it. That's the moment, you see, it's moving. And when things are moving, there is a force, which means that a gas was evolved in this reaction here. Next thing is ignition under a microscope. I should credit Mark Basil, a chemist, for doing this. He put the chip on a hot plate and watched it under a microscope. And what you see here is the swelling of the chip, means a gas was evolved. And the next one is my friend and colleague, Kevin Ryan. He's making nanothermite in his backyard, not the original stuff, we cannot do that, but another recipe from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories, and it goes like this. Put on a hot plate. There we go. And obviously the lid was blown off. It was not due to the heat. There was actually a gas being involved here, and that was carbon dioxide, for your information. Now we're going to take a look at the Twin Towers, and this is actually a very important video in my mind, and I credit David Chandler sitting in the audience. And that was the video which made me snap my fingers to understand.
The starting point in science is observation. What you are seeing here is what happened to the North Tower of the World Trade Center, the second of 3 buildings to collapse on 9/11/2001. I use the word collapse, but words can be deceptive. What do you really see happening here? There's a tremendous amount of falling debris, but under the canopy of debris, do you see the rapid sequence of explosive ejections of material? Some of the jets have been clocked at over 100 miles per hour. I will call them explosions because it's hard to find other words that describe what we are seeing here. The explosions are not isolated and few. They are continuous and widespread. They move progressively down the faces of the building, keeping pace with the falling debris. Perhaps you can imagine a natural cause, but I can't. Notice that the explosions are occurring on multiple floors at once, over a wide zone, not in a floor-by-floor sequence that might be explained by pancaking collapse. Notice there are explosions far below the point of collapse. Some are isolated and focused. These are often referred to as squibs and are commonly seen in controlled demolitions. However, this is not a standard controlled demolition. The building is being progressively destroyed from the top down by waves of explosions, creating a huge debris field. The destruction is in waves, not just in one wave. Most obvious is a rapid sequence of explosions near the visible corner of the building. But simultaneously we can see another wave of explosions much further down the face of the building under the canopy of falling debris. Notice that both waves of explosions progress down the face of the building, nearly keeping pace with the falling debris just a few feet away. Slabs of concrete did not fall to the ground and smash to dust. There is almost no concrete in the rubble pile. Notice that the concrete is being forcefully ejected outward from the sides of the building, already pulverized to dust. Notice that embedded in the dust clouds are huge girders and entire sections of steel framing that are being hurled out of the building. The horizontal speed of some of the girders has been clocked at over 70 miles per hour. Some of these girders impale themselves in the sides of neighboring buildings. Some landed as much as 2 football fields away from the base of the tower. What could hurl heavy girders with such force and give them such speed? Some people have suggested that the weight of the tower crushing down on the girders caused them to flex, and they sprung sideways by a spring action. But we are not seeing isolated jumping girders. We are seeing a major fraction of the mass of the building, steel, concrete, office furniture, and the remains of human beings, reduced to small pieces of rubble and fine dust, and being explosively ejected in all directions. Bone fragments are found on the roofs of adjacent buildings. The bones were not crushed in the falling mass, or they would have been trapped in the debris pile. They were pulverized along with everything else and blown out in all directions. The NIST investigators have claimed that the top section of the building above the plane impact point came down like a pile driver, crushing the undamaged lower section of the building all the way to the ground. The top section of the building is, however, noticeably absent. There is nothing above the ring of explosions except for a fountain of debris. Can you see a pile driver? For this object to radically change directions like this, it had to experience a sudden impulse. We know there was a large amount of unreacted nanothermite in the World Trade Center dust. That was confirmed in a paper published in the Chemical Physics Journal in April 2009. Thermite reactions produce aluminum oxide, which is visible as white smoke, and nanothermite is explosive. Nanothermite is stable when wet and can be literally painted onto steel beams. Nanothermite painted onto this chunk of material would explain the explosion, producing the sudden change of direction, and it would also explain the white smoke trail. When we zoom in, we can see that the path zigzags, indicating multiple small explosions. Once I found this projectile, I looked for it in other videos. I found it in several videos from different angles, but when shown against the backdrop of the white debris cloud, it is very hard to see. This is another video from a very similar perspective to the first. In this shot, the trail can be seen to persist all the way down to the bottom of the collapse. We can learn several things from the behavior of this projectile. First, it is clear that this chunk carries explosive material with sufficient power to drastically change its momentum in a short outburst. Secondly, it is clear that the smoke we see is not general smoke from the fires entrained in the wake of a moving object. Since the smoke trail follows the object in all of its twists and turns, it is clear that the smoke is being emitted from the object itself. The most obvious interpretation, of course, is we are seeing the results of nanothermite burning and undergoing explosive outbursts. Once we see this clear example of an object trailing smoke generated on its surface, we can reinterpret what we are seeing elsewhere. There are lots of chunks of falling debris trailing smoke clouds. In many cases, we can see long beams with smoke being emitted from the entire length of the beam. We no longer need to assume that this is smoke following in their wake. When we see white smoke that looks as though it's coming from the girders, it is reasonable to assume that we are in fact seeing smoke coming from material painted onto the girders themselves. When we see chunks that race ahead of the rest of the falling debris, as we see near the bottom of this view, we can reasonably interpret this as caused by explosive impulses to increase the speed of these objects, just as they change the direction of the one we've been studying. It is time to take off the blinders. We have not only chemically detected nanothermite in the World Trade Center dust, we are literally seeing nanothermite in action. Once our eyes are opened, we can see it wherever we look.
Yeah. Courtesy David Chandler. I'm gonna I may skip the next one because I'm a little short of time, and we don't need it really because David had take a closer look on many of the fragments, and you can see how they're exploding actually up in the air in the trajectory.
Objects undergo explosion.
So we'll skip that one. Some people think that now if the Twin Towers were loaded with nanothermite, why didn't it take off after the impact of the airliners? First, you must remember there were no iPhones at that time. There were not many cameras around, and but the few videos there are, you can actually see it did happen. There was actually nanothermite being ejected prior to collapse. Take a look at this one. Yes, please. What you see here are the particles coming out, okay? Bang, zig, 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 zig. It goes exactly like the one David Chandler showed you before. Zig, zig, zig. And it's before actually the South Tower had been hit.
Mike, this is falling down from the face. See it? See it falling? All right, I love you, bud. I will. We are. I got somebody with me. We're fine.
All right. So, just for comparison, nanothermite is used as rocket fuel. Whenever you see a rocket taking off on your TV screen, as the one to the right here, this is aluminum oxide. Okay, we're finished. So if you want a coherent model, consistent model for the collapse of the World Trade Center Twin Towers, you would need at least 3 kinds of energetic materials. We have already heard that explosives were all over and they are noisy and you can hear them. Thermate was needed for cutting the columns. They are noiseless, they don't make very much noise, and they are thermitic by definition. Nanothermite for moving the bulk of the material outside of the bathtub. You may speculate why they did it this way, but nevertheless, maybe it was the canopy cover to cover what was going on. Maybe it was just shock and awe for everything. That's it, a coherent, consistent collapse model for the Twin Towers. Now time for acknowledgements. Chemist David Ray Griffin, a friend of mine and co-worker on a nanothermite paper project. He has done many other things. Physicist David Ray Chandler, he's in the audience, and he should be highly credited for his fantastic video work on World Trade Center. In my opinion, it has had greater impact than any scientific paper can do. And I envy his students. I wish I had a physics teacher like him 65 years ago. Dr. David Chandler is the master of the electron microscope on Brigham Young University, where he carried out most of the work on which went into the nanothermite paper, together with this gentleman who initiated the nanothermite project. And now, in a little moment, I'm going to ask you a favor, because over the years, I have always wanted this gentleman to get the standing applause he so rightfully deserves. So for that reason, I wish to dedicate this presentation to a great scientist, a brilliant experimentalist, and a wonderful human being, Professor Stephen Earl Jones. Thank you.
Okay, that was a phenomenal presentation. So we would like to take a 15-minute break right now. It is exactly 7:38. If my calculations serve me correctly, let's get back here at 7:53. I want to remind everyone of a couple of things. There are some amazing presentations to follow. We're going to hear about stuff that's very, very new and provocative. We're going to hear about seismic information. We're going to hear about flight simulations. We also have T-shirts out for sale, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is that if you're involved in the outreach tomorrow, we would like everybody to purchase a T-shirt and wear it so we form a collective team. But we're going to come back in 15 minutes. Thank you for sticking around. I'm really looking forward to what is going to be presented later. One more thing. We're shooting for 10:30, 10:45. So let's keep moving. Thank you very much.
How close? How does it sound right? How does it sound right now?
Give it like.
How does it
your seat, I would like to introduce the next presenter, Ted Walter. Ted Walter is the Executive Director of the International Center for 9/11 Justice. He holds a Master of Public Policy from the University of California, Berkeley. He served as the Director of Strategy and Development at Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth for 8 years. A little story about Ted. In 2017, I came across a brilliantly written summary of the best evidence and arguments for controlled demolition of the Twin Towers. It was called Beyond Misinformation. I bought 30 copies and I distributed them to friends and at random magazine racks at barbershops and dentist offices. That was Ted's work. I must also remind you that Ted produced and co-directed a must-see, remarkable feature documentary that contextualizes the 9/11 event in a way that I've never seen before. That movie is called Peace, War, and 9/11. Please welcome Ted Walter.
Thank you, Madhava. Thank you, Madhava, for those very kind remarks. Thank you all for your patience as we've dealt with these, both everybody in the room here and watching online. Thank you for your patience as we dealt with technical issues. Despite that, I think it's been an incredible night so far. And I will, try to do what I can to follow those guys, especially, remarkable stuff. Okay, so I also want to say this presentation is going to be very technical. So if you don't understand it all right away, that's okay. Maybe come back and watch the video of the presentation, and also keep an eye out for a paper that we will be hopefully publishing, by the end of the year or early next year on all this. But let's see how much we can get across right now. So see if this works. All right. I also want to say this subject matter is not in my area of expertise. I've been learning a lot over the last few months, so bear with me, but I think we're going to learn together here. The title of the presentation is Earthshaking Revelations Toward Incontrovertible Seismic Evidence of Pre-Impact Explosions. So the word toward is important because this is a research project that is in progress. And as I said, we are trying to complete this study by the end of the year. And it's a collaboration between myself and geophysicist Andre Rousseau. Andre has 2 degrees that are equivalent of PhDs in earth sciences at universities in France. He is a researcher, or was a researcher at the National Center of Scientific Research from 1972 to 2007. He published more than 60 peer-reviewed papers, and he published one very important paper in the 9/11 literature called Were Explosives the Source of the Seismic Signals Emitted from New York on September 11, 2001? By the way, if you can't hear me that well, just raise your hands and I'll try to adjust. You can't hear that well? It's not good. Is this better? Oh, yeah, I also don't want to go too high. Okay, all right. Just raise your hand if you can hear, because I want you to hear everything. Okay, so the research question that we've been tackling is, did the seismic activity at the World Trade Center on 9/11 precede 1, the airplane impacts, and 2, the impact of debris with the ground during the collapses of each tower? And if we can determine this conclusively, well, then we have incontrovertible evidence of explosions at the World Trade Center. Now, there's a lot of aspects of the seismic evidence of the seismic activity that was created on 9/11 that points to the use of explosives. We're not going to, a lot of it's more qualitative, the types of waves that were emitted. We're just going to focus on the timing, though. If you want to learn about that other stuff, check out Andre's paper that I mentioned before. Okay, so there's going to be 3 parts to this presentation. Eyewitness reports of explosions prior to plane impact and earth-shaking prior to debris impact during the collapses. The second section is timing discrepancies between the visual data and NIST's revision of seismic event origin times to fit the visual data. Third, we're going to look at 3 reasons why the revised origin times are wrong. So part 1, eyewitness reports of explosions prior to plane impact and earth-shaking prior to debris impact. So this is Janitor William Rodriguez, perhaps the most well-known 9/11 witness, giving an interview on the day of 9/11. where he described what he experienced as not like an impact, like a rumble.
Well, which of the two buildings were you in?
I work on the building one, the one that got hit the first time.
Tell me what happened.
I was on the basement, which is a support floor for the maintenance company, and we hear like a big rumble, not like an impact, like a rumble, like something like moving furniture on a massive way, and all of a sudden we hear another rumble, and a guy comes running into our office, and all his skin was off his body.
Okay. Another video of William speaking a few years later. He's kind of clarified the story of what he witnessed in his mind. Let's hear what he has to say. He says, 2 different events separated by almost 7 seconds.
So I was talking to the supervisor, and at 8:46 we hear boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards in the air, upwards. And it came out from below us, from the mechanical room that was right below us. And it was so loud and so powerful that all the walls cracked, the false ceiling fell on top of us, the sprinkler system got activated, and everybody started screaming so loud because they didn't know what was going on. 6 to 7 seconds after, we hear, bah! The impact all the way on the top of the building of the plane. 2 different events separated by almost 7 seconds.
Okay. Next, I'm going to play a speech or a talk by this man, Anthony Saltalamacchia, was William Rodriguez's supervisor on the day of 9/11. And we're just wondering how much what he witnessed corroborates what William Rodriguez witnessed.
That's when, you know, we heard just a loud explosion, like massive explosion. It just knocked us just like off our feet. It was just like unbelievable. Right when that happened, I was like, that's a bomb. I was like, what the hell was that? So we were like trying to figure out what was going on. When that happened, then another explosion happened, and it was just like, boom, like, you know, it was just like, wow, what's going on? Like, again, we got like knocked away, and like, what's going on here? You know, and it literally sounded like it was just like, not particularly like a grenade, like people setting off grenades, but it was like, picture like just like multiple grenades just going off, just like bam, bam, boom. And, you know, that's what I thought. I was like, is there somebody in here like blowing up the place? It's like, you know, it was wild, you know?
So just a quick comment on the similarities and minor differences between what they've described. William is very clear in his account that the sound that he heard 7 seconds later was coming from the top of the building, that he thinks it was the impact of the airplane. Whereas Anthony says it felt more like another explosion. So we don't necessarily know, but what I want to say is I think it's important to note that the first thing that both of them experienced was something under their feet, something powerful, something that caused the ceiling tiles to crack. It wasn't that the first thing they heard was the sound way up on the top of the building, or it wasn't if they heard a sound on the top of the building and then jet fuel poured down, 90 stories and just caused this explosion. It was the very first event that happened that caused the damage and the sensations that they felt. All right. If anybody can help me figure out who this guy is, let me know, because I would like to talk to him.
I think a bomb went off in the lobby first, then a plane hit the building, but then another plane hit the other building. But when I was coming through the doors on the other side of the Trade Center, either they blew the lobby up or something, because it blew the glass out of the doors and knocked us all down, and I got smoke and everything on me. I just feel a little shook up because I got blasted,
Okay, so he's describing an explosion in the lobby before either plane impact. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and play this, and what we're interested in here is corroborating whether or not there are 2 events.
We're sitting in the ballroom of the World Trade Center Marriott Hotel, listening to a presentation on the future of financial services, when we felt the floor shake. Felt like a minor earthquake tremor, sort of thing I felt in Vancouver a few months ago. And then sort of a second shaking, and the chandeliers started to rattle overhead, and that was the point when everybody decided it was probably a good time to leave.
Good time to leave. Okay, Jane King, reporter reporting on Fox 5 News in Washington, D.C. She described a rumble about 5 seconds long preceding the actual collapse. So we're moving now from the airplane impacts to the collapses. And when do people start to feel the ground shake?
When the buildings collapsed, we could hear a rumble, which was about 5 seconds long, preceding the actual collapse, and then a boom when each of those towers collapsed.
Okay, 5 second long rumble and then a boom. All right, so we have a few, Graham McQueen, late Graham McQueen, the film Peace War 9/11, his final interview. He published a paper in 2009 called Did the Earth Shake Before the South Tower Hit the Ground, which I think is an exceptional paper that I strongly recommend. And in that paper, part of what he does is identify 17 reports of ground shaking prior to debris impact by members of the FDNY and the Port Authority Police Department. So a few of those that I think are most compelling: Jody Bell, FDNY. You hear this rumble, everything is shaking. You hear this thunder, this rumbling, then you see the building start to come down. Alexander Lutsky, FDNY. I heard a rumble, almost like an earthquake. Then I started to run for safety too, because I looked up and I saw that the building was going to come down. Bradley Mann, FDNY, this is perhaps the most clear and specific. Shortly before the first tower came down, I remember feeling the ground shaking. I heard a terrible noise and then debris just started flying everywhere. Similarly, for the second tower, the ground shook again and we heard another terrible noise, and the next thing we knew, the second tower was coming down. Okay, so these eyewitness reports are suggestive of explosions preceding both the impact of the planes and the shaking of the ground. Did the seismic evidence, the seismic activity that was recorded on 9/11 corroborate what these witnesses experienced? And so this is timing discrepancies between the visual data, meaning the cameras and showing the plane impact, and the collapses when they started, and the seismic data. And then NIST's revision of seismic event origin times to fit the visual data. So Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, based in Palisades, if you look at where it says PAL there in the white circle, the closest to the World Trade Center, that's their headquarters. They operated 34 seismic stations in the Mid-Atlantic and New England. Many stations picked up the seismic signals that were created on 9/11, but there were 6 in the immediate New York metropolitan area that did. And we're going to be focusing on 5 of those 6. Lamont Doherty was later contracted by NIST in 2004 and 2005, and actually wrote what became Appendix B of the World Trade Center 7 report, which was published in 2008. So the first thing to understand here is the way that Lamont, what Lamont Doherty did was basically they were able to establish the origin times of these seismic events, because when a seismic event happens, it basically transmits waves in all directions. And if the terrain is roughly similar, as you see here with all these seismic stations, it is going to reach those seismic stations in a pretty orderly way, where if it's traveling at 2 kilometers per second, you can, the timing of these stations, you can essentially line them up according to their distance from the World Trade Center, and sort of, except for one that is faster, and that's Manny on the right-hand side of the Hudson River in red, but the rest are on the west side of the Hudson River. And when you look at the arrival times, it all kind of lines up. And so if you draw basically a regression line of their arrivals, it goes all the way back to, in the case of the North Tower, 10/28/31. Essentially, these waves are traveling at 2 kilometers per second, and it took them 17 seconds to reach the first seismic station, Palisades. And here, so in that paper that they published in 2001, just hands up if you can't hear me well. Okay. And in the FEMA report in 2002, they published these seismic event times, again, the origin times. We're using the arrival times to determine the origin times. The origin times are an estimate. So NIST begins their investigation. In case anybody doesn't know, this is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. NIST begins their investigation in 2002, and one of the first things that they do is they start compiling a large database of all of the video footage that they've collected from, many sources, and they start trying to put that together in a timeline so that they can understand how the fires traveled through the building and supposedly led to the collapse of the towers. And so they got this huge database, and they're able to locate all these events relative to each other but they have to figure out what time they actually occurred. And so they actually use the impact of the second plane as the reference time or the anchor time. And they use Lamont Doherty's time, and I have it circled in. So what we have here on the left is the video evidence, which NIST analyzed, and the seismic evidence on the right, which Lamont Doherty analyzed. And NIST bases the entire timeline on the idea that there was, that the impact of the second plane took place at 9:02:54, because that's when the seismic activity originated. But as they start to look at the footage more, as they look at the footage more, they actually realize that the time in blue, 9:02:59, is when the airplane actually hit the South Tower. And so that's 5 seconds, a whole 5 seconds later than the seismic activity. And so they kind of scratch their heads. And the first thing that they do is they move the times based on the video footage. They move the entire timeline forward 5 seconds. And when they do this, actually, I want to note that, first of all, they're doing this based on TV network footage, and that has timestamps on it, so it's pretty reliable. And also, when they moved it, the collapse of WTC2 starts at 9:58:59. That's the third row in purple. That's what we're looking at. And that actually matches up perfectly with my colleague Graham McQueen's analysis of when that tower started to collapse. So I think, and others who've studied this think, that those times in purple are pretty accurate, with the exception of the first one. I won't get into that, but there's essentially no video evidence of the first one. We don't have that. They just made that up. I won't get into trying to explain it. Oh, I'm looking at a different screen than the one on the big screens. Do we know why that is? Okay. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh boy. All right. Let me just, I'll go based on this then. All right, so they move those times forward, but obviously we have a big problem here. The impact time is 5 seconds later than the seismic time for the second plane impact, which is actually a long time. That does not make sense. And also when we look at, and so I put question marks around the ones in yellow because those are the seismic times that don't make sense. Also, we have only essentially 5 seconds. When you look at the collapse of WTC2 in the third row, we have only 5 seconds for the start of the collapse to supposedly the debris hitting the ground. And I think we all know that that wouldn't be enough time. And I want to emphasize that NIST said, this is what NIST and Lamont Doherty, this is written by Lamont Doherty, so this is the experts. They say a seismic signal is not generated until a substantial portion of the debris hits the ground. So what do? NIST goes back to Lamont Doherty and says, can you take another look at all this? It doesn't make sense. We think maybe you got your estimates wrong. And Lamont Doherty comes back to NIST, and this is in the fall of 2003, and says, yeah, you know what? We got it wrong. Actually, all of the origin times were 3 seconds later, all right? And so now the purple row and the green row, they kind of match up, right? At least they're within the combined uncertainties, all right? And so the big question here, and now I want to say one thing about the collapse of WTC2 in the third row here. When you compare the purple and the green, now they're 8 seconds apart, and they say that 9:59:07 is when the seismic activity started. Graham McQueen carefully studied the video footage and showed that actually the debris did not hit the ground until 9:59:11. So that's still 4 seconds too early, but we're going to put that aside for now. So the big question here, okay, I want to just, this is the only explanation that they gave in 2005 when they published these revised times in the final report on the Twin Towers. These signals have subsequently been reanalyzed by Lamont Doherty, working under a contract from the NIST World Trade Center investigation. A reinterpretation of the types of seismic signals received resulted in slightly revised times for the major events. So that's all they told us. Fast forward to 2008, they released the report on Building 7, and there's an appendix, which was essentially the report that Lamont Doherty had prepared in 2005. And finally, we get the rationale for moving the origin times. The original origin times were estimated from Palisades records, assuming that large amplitude arrivals corresponded to signals that had traveled with a speed of 2 kilometers per second. So there's that magic number again, 2 kilometers per second. In the fall of 2003, origin times of the first 4 events were slightly revised based upon re-examination of the seismic data. Continuing along here, there was a seismic arrival about 4 seconds, so another wave that arrived 4 seconds earlier prior to the surface wave, which is the waves we've been mainly looking at, from the collapse of WTC2. This seismic arrival was identified as an S wave with a speed of about 3.4 kilometers per second. So this is a much faster type of wave. The travel time of the S wave was 10 seconds as opposed to 17 seconds, which moved the origin time to 3 seconds later than the initial determination. So the way that I like to represent what they did here, if you look at the top bracket where it says original origin in red all the way to the RG wave arrival, that's 17 seconds, okay? And from 0 to 17. And then what they essentially did was if you move down to the second bracket, they discovered this other wave, this S wave that arrived 4 seconds earlier. And they said that wave took 10 seconds to travel to Palisades. And so actually the origin time of the seismic event is 3 seconds later. And so that's their revised origin. But what this also means is that they got the speed, the velocity of the Rayleigh wave, that was the basis of their estimate, they got that wrong. Those waves were actually traveling at 2.4 kilometers per second. That's a very big difference. 2 and 2.4 kilometers is quite a difference and quite a lot for them to get wrong. The question here is that revised origin time 3 seconds later accurate? Or is it actually the original origin time 3 seconds earlier? And I just restating that question. Got 13 minutes, okay. So part 3 reasons the revised origin times are wrong. So this is what I've been studying with Andre Rousseau for the past several months, trying to figure it out. So first we had to go and get all the data, and there's a way to download data from basically any time you can download, and there's all different types of seismometers at all these different stations for all 4 events. So we have dozens and dozens of these seismograms. This is just giving you a little snapshot. Second plane impact and the WTC2 collapse. I'm going to give you maybe a 1-minute crash course on the 4 different types of seismic waves because they're actually all relevant to this puzzle. So the P wave is a deep wave. It's a body wave that travels the fastest of the 4 types of waves, and it moves in like a rug pulling back and forth. It moves in the direction of that the wave is traveling in. I'm not going to get into how they're created, but you need a very powerful event at the surface of the Earth to actually create a P wave. Very, very powerful. S wave is the second fastest. That's also a body wave traveling deeper in the Earth. It's much slower than the P wave, but it's still faster than the other 2 waves. And that moves both basically perpendicular to the direction of the wave. So the wave is going in one direction, and the S wave is going left and right and up and down. The Rayleigh wave, which is the wave that we look at the most when it comes to like short distance kind of events like collapses or explosions or whatever, that one is actually the slowest wave. And that one moves in a sort of cyclical way. So what you get is that forward, backward motion and up, down, and no horizontal motion. And then the last wave, it's faster than the Rayleigh wave, but it's called a Love wave. And Love and Rayleigh are both named after real people who actually predicted these waves before they were discovered. And the Love wave, it's sideways, and it's, again, faster than the Rayleigh wave, but slower than the S wave. And it's only perpendicular to the direction of the wave. Okay, so these are the actual seismograms that NIST and Lamont Doherty referred to when they, as the basis, this S wave that arrived earlier. So when you see the biggest squiggles, that's the Rayleigh wave, that's the main wave that arrived. But they said 4 seconds earlier, another wave arrived. So that's what we have in the squares, is this other wave that they say is an S wave. And if you look at the top, I'm telling you right now that the answer is the Love wave. It is actually a Love wave, not an S wave, okay? So you can basically look at the nature of these waves. These are the 3 different components. One is north-south, one is east-west, and the last one is up and down. The Z is up and down. And so you can look at these three different waves, and you can actually turn the data in them in such a way. I mean, the horizontal data, so the first two that I showed you, these data, you can turn the data so that the north, south, and east, west is actually in the exact direction of the wave. And when we look at that white line from World Trade Center to PAL, that's the direction of Palisades, that's the direction of the wave. And from that, you can actually determine how much of this energy is side to side and how much of it is longitudinal or radial in the direction of the wave. And what we see here is that most of the energy, far more energy, is side to side. And that basically tells us that this is a love wave. We can also deduce that it's a love wave because it's so close to the Rayleigh waves, and an S wave typically would show up a little earlier. And also just S waves have a much smaller amplitude, and these have a higher amplitude. So this is basically incontrovertible, and that's what we're trying to figure out is how incontrovertible is it? We think it's pretty incontrovertible that this is a love wave. And the reason why that's important is because the S wave travels faster, the love wave travels slower. And so if you actually accept that arrival at 13 seconds is a love wave, it actually matches up perfectly with the original origin time. It would take that wave 13 seconds to get to Palisades. So the reality here is that NIST and Lamont Doherty misidentified that as an S wave so that they could claim a later origin time. And then they basically said, we'll just assume that the Rayleigh waves actually traveled faster. They had some wiggle room with the Rayleigh waves, but they didn't have any wiggle room with the love wave. So they called it an S wave. Okay, the other reason why this revision doesn't make sense is there was a P wave that was created during the collapse of World Trade Center 1. Again, I said a P wave is requires a lot of impact in the ground. And it's pretty unlikely that the debris falling into World Trade Center would create P waves. The existence of a P wave itself is very indicative of an explosion, of a subterranean explosion. Nevertheless, just reminding you that the origin time for the North Tower collapse, it's circled there in the bottom right, was moved from 10/28/31 to 10/28/34. And so this P wave, which Andre identified in his paper back in 2012, this P wave arrived around 10/28/36. This was the data that he had available at the time. Now, 10/28/36 is actually not very much time after 10/28/34. In fact, it's a very small amount of time. And when we use the more precise data that we downloaded, we see that the arrival was probably around more like 10/28/35.6. So supposedly this wave traveled 34 kilometers in 1.6 seconds, if we are to believe that the origin time is 10/28/34. That would mean a speed of 21 kilometers per second, which is impossible. Okay, so, and we know that's a P wave because of the squealiness, the nature of it. And as you can see to the left of it, there's nothing going on. There's no disturbance until 10/28/35.6. So we know it's a P wave, and we know that that P wave could not have come from an event that occurred at 10/28/34. It had to be 10/28/31, and the speed of 7.4 kilometers per second actually makes perfect sense for a P wave. The last reason is that when we move the origin time of all the events, we get sort of out of whack, unrealistic Rayleigh speeds. Again, Rayleigh are the slowest ones. Those are the ones that Lamont Doherty used to generate their estimate. And we get a nice clean regression line of 2 kilometers per second when we assume 10/28/31. Now, here's another way to depict that. These are the four stations on the western side of the west side of the Hudson. And if you look on the far right of the table, the speed is sort of clustered around like, 1.8 to 1.95, 1.98 kilometers per second. And they're all kind of bunched together on that graph. As soon as you move the time 3 seconds later, you actually get a much faster slope for the Rayleigh wave that was received at Palisades. And it's much faster than the others. Just because it's closer and you move the starting point, it really affects the slope. And you're alleging that this wave traveled really fast compared to the other waves. So just go back and forth there again. Everything kind of fits together there. You move it forward, and that wave is moving a lot faster. supposedly. And Lamont Doherty never suggested that the speeds to the various stations would vary that much. To the contrary, for example, they said this in Appendix B of the 2008 World Trade Center 7 report. Seismic surface waves, mainly of the Rayleigh type, travel at about 2.4 kilometers per second between the World Trade Center site and stations in the region. So they're generalizing that speed to all of the stations. And the surface waves arrive first at Palisades, followed by the other stations. So there's no reason to think that it should travel that much faster to one station. Maybe a tiny bit, but not that much. We also actually have empirical evidence from the 1970s where they detonated explosions at quarries just north of Palisades. So those two yellow dots circled in yellow are quarries north of Palisades near the Hudson River. 5 minutes? All right. And the data shows that those waves traveled between 1.5 and 1.8 kilometers per second. And I put a little arrow there to point out the gray area where the waves are, that Palisades is located on. It's actually, that's a different type of terrain that's a little more igneous rock as opposed to sedentary. But nonetheless, even though these waves are traveling through mostly igneous rock, they're still less than 2 kilometers per second. Okay, and if you keep that gray sliver in mind here, what I'm going to show you next, it's going to turn pink in the next. That pink sliver is that same sliver of igneous rock, basically along the edge of the Hudson, on the west side of the Hudson. And we can basically look at the path from World Trade Center site to Palisades and see that, well, some of it's on Manhattan, with what's called the Manhattan Prong, which it might travel a little bit faster. Some of it's on the Hudson River, where it's actually going to travel slower. And most of it's still on the Palisades sill, which is that pink area. So really, there's no reason to expect that this path would somehow, substantially increase the velocity of the wave and we get up to 2.4 kilometers per second. We really should be looking at something around 2 kilometers. So, and when you accept that it's 2 kilometers per second, it fits all the data. All right, so ultimately, how did NIST and Lamont Doherty falsify their analysis? They wrongly identified a love wave as an S wave. They ignored or downplayed the presence of a P wave. For example, they say seismic records from the 5 major World Trade Center events show no clear P or S waves, even though it's there in the records. And they inflated and distorted the velocity of the Rayleigh waves. So it's like a puzzle, but it all fits together perfectly when you go with their original times. So what we have here is that all the data fits together when we accept the original times. And essentially, the two columns in purple and yellow are accurate. The columns in purple and pink and green are not accurate. And we have a big problem. The seismic activity is preceding the plane impact and is preceding the debris hitting the ground during the collapses. So I want to actually answer one question. First of all, I want to point out that the eyewitness accounts were all related to the first plane impact. Unfortunately, we don't have video evidence of the first plane impact of the time that it occurred. But we have very good video evidence of the second plane impact and of the seismic activity. And so we can deduce that what those witnesses witnessed for the first plane impact, perhaps it's plausible that it happened with the second plane impact, and the seismic evidence proves it. Secondly, when you look at, you might be wondering, why does, for the second tower, so the third row, why does the collapse of WTC2, why does it take 5 seconds? Why does it start at 9:58:59 and the seismic activity start at 9:59:04? I thought they were talking about the shaking starting earlier than the collapse. Why is it 5 seconds later? So Graham McQueen, in his paper that I recommend highly, basically looked at the movement of a camera near the World Trade Center as it started to come down. And he actually measured the shaking of this camera. And what he found was that the camera started to shake 3 seconds before the start of the collapse, consistent with what the eyewitnesses reported, right? And then the collapse starts, and then at 9:59:04, which is, I've circled, the shaking gets bigger. And so when that shaking gets bigger at 9:59:04 is when that seismic activity, that seismic wave was generated that was strong enough to travel 34 kilometers and beyond. And then lastly, the debris actually hits the ground at 9:59:11. And Graham studied this frame by frame, the soonest debris to hit the ground. So that's probably what really happened. Graham already figured it out for us in 2012. So that's it. I just want to thank the people that helped with this study that are still helping. Sandra Laratonda for French-English interpretation, because Andre speaks English, I speak French, but it's easier when Sandra's there. So Michael Cobbs, who did the seismogram visualizations, and my colleague, Dr. Piers Robinson, for his feedback and input. And lastly, in memory of the late Dr. Graham McQueen. So thank you. He's produced many videos over the years that have shed light on what happened at the World Trade Center. Many of them have gotten millions of views. Most of these videos were documenting experiments that he's done in his backyard. He's a wonderful guy. So let's watch his video and hear what he has to say about it.
I don't need to know. Will they be able to run it back there?
Yeah, I'm just going to put it.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you all for coming tonight. I mean, this is awesome that you kind of put up with some of the video glitches and you're still hanging in there. So it's well appreciated. Thank you for coming, and thank you, Redacted, for live streaming this. It's well appreciated. Hopefully, we get a lot of views on this. When you get into 9/11, it doesn't take you very long to realize that something's not right. And something's not right with the way that those buildings came down. Obviously, Building 7, that's almost a no-brainer. Anybody who has any kind of sense can see that that thing is not going down by a fire. And also, when you look at the Twin Towers, Richard Gage pointed out a lot of the problems with the Twin Towers. That's also pretty obvious when you look at it, that could not have been a fire-induced gravitational collapse. Gravity can't do it. It's actually impossible for the Twin Towers and also for Building 7. It defies physical laws. I had a call from Ted, who was just up here last May. And as people learn about this issue, they want to look at all kinds of theories that have been put forward. And one of the theories is relatively famous, is a theory put out by Dr. Judy Wood. Now, she was pretty prominent about 10 years ago, and she published this book. It's called Where Did the Towers Go? Okay, and it's called Evidence of Free Energy Technology. It's a very high quality book. There's a lot of good pictures in it. It's a very solid book. It's 500 pages long. So you would think that maybe there's something to this. And what she basically does is she looks at the evidence and she dismisses explosive evidence, what you've heard tonight. She dismisses high heat, and she comes up with other theories or hypotheses what could cause that evidence. So Ted had contacted me and said, "Hey, John, can you read that book and do a video on it and give us your analysis?" So that's what this is. This is a premiere showing of a video. Unlike her book, which is very, very professionally put together, my video abilities are not that good. My video, I did it myself. And I also like to tie in experiments. What I'm going to do with this video is I'm going to summarize the key components of this book. And I'm going to have, as you go through it, you have to look at what she is saying versus what experiments tell us, and does it make sense? And so at the end, I'm going to present 3 different scenarios: the official government scenario, the directed energy weaponry scenario, and the controlled demolition scenario. So I guess without much further ado, just kind of relax and we'll watch a video.
On September 11th, 2001, 3 steel-frame skyscrapers were totally destroyed. The official reason, we were told, was because fire triggered a gravity collapse, even though fire had never brought down any steel-frame high-rise before. Many said a gravity collapse was impossible. Instead, they believe they were brought down intentionally, using a mix of explosives and incendiaries. One high-tech explosive is called nanothermite. Kevin Ryan, a chemist and top 9/11 researcher, not only made nanothermite, but pointed to many documents that describe it as a sol gel material with twice the energy output of high explosives. Red-gray chips of nanothermite were found in dust samples from Ground Zero. This powerful new explosive could be applied as paint. Elevator upgrades and renovations on many floors allowed easy access to install this new explosive under the guise of construction. Dr. Judy Wood also said a gravity collapse was impossible, but rather than explosives, she claims directed energy weapons, or DEWs, were used to bring down all those buildings. She wrote a big, beautiful book titled, Where Did the Towers Go? Evidence of Directed Free Energy Technology on 9/11. She wrote, 9/11 was a demonstration to the world of a new technology known as free energy. Free energy is an unconventional energy source that is not metered and sold for profit. And the data shows that the technology used on 9/11/01 is capable of producing free energy for the world. She concludes, that is, the destruction was caused by energy that is directed and used as a weapon, as in the phrase directed energy weaponry, or DEW. Exactly what energy was directed, where it came from, and how much was needed is never explained. Dr. Wood dismissed all the evidence of the nanothermite found. The twin towers were steel structures with aluminum cladding, so it's natural and to be expected that materials the building were made of would be found in the nanodust of their remains. The natural formation of even ordinary thermite at the specific ratio needed, let alone the special matrix of explosive nanothermite made in a lab, is impossible to form naturally because that defies the second law of thermodynamics. It's like saying if you toss its ingredients into a pile, a wedding cake will naturally pop out. Despite the impossibility, Dr. Wood is saying that all those chips of explosives found in the dust formed naturally and was to be expected. Another thing found in the dust was a high percentage of iron microspheres, which is a natural byproduct of a thermitic reaction. To explain those iron-rich spheres, Dr. Wood suggests other causes. Spheres were found in the dirt from the 1908 Tunguska event in Siberia. Expeditions sent to the area in the 1950s and 1960s found microscopic silicate and magnetite spheres in siftings of the soil. Although various theories about the cause have been proposed, including Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower, a meteorite, an antimatter weapons test, none have been conclusive. An antimatter weapon? In Siberia? In 1908? 3 months before Henry Ford sold his first Model T and the Russian army was using horse cavalry? She's implying that whatever made those spheres in 1908 could be the same source that made those spheres in the dust at Ground Zero. Another possible source, she explains, could be from the same force that makes crop circles. Iron-rich magnetic spheres have also been found in the coatings on plants and inside of plants where crop circles have appeared. Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley made over 200 crop circles. Did they also make iron-rich spheres in the process? What do you think? She wrote, there's no proof of concept for the thermite hypothesis. In the case of thermite in the WTC towers, such a proof of concept has never been laid out.
Can thermite of any type burn through steel beams?
What do you think? Dr. Wood said the evidence points to Hutchinson effects. By using radio frequency and electrostatic generators, Hutchinson obtains his own effects in a volume of space where fields intersect and interfere. She says it also points to cold fusion, a nuclear reaction at room temperature claimed, but still not viable. Of course, there are known energy weapons like this system. Regardless of type and viability, significant equipment is required. Any weapon would have to be very powerful to do any real damage. Because those towers had massive steel core columns and over 200 perimeter columns bolted together in sections. There was about 100 acres of concrete floors for each tower that were pulverized into powder. The question is, what energy was used to blow these towers out and pulverize all that concrete? Dr. Wood dismisses all controlled demolition theories by incorrectly assuming its definition. This in itself rules out a conventional controlled demolition, where a building is knocked off its supports and thereafter slams to the ground. But all controlled demolitions are not the lower supports that are blown out, followed by a slamming to the ground. It's a well-planned, systematic cutting of the structure's key supports on many levels, breaking the structure into smaller fragments, so there is no single massive impact. She notes the lack of damage to the bathtub, which is a deep wall around the tower's foundations. In short, the bathtub evidence itself is powerful testimony that the official story of the Twin Towers pancaking down and slamming into the bathtub is precisely that, a story that fails to fit the evidence. This means, logically, that the controlled demolition model cannot be true either. Logically, her understanding and dismissal of all controlled demolitions is wrong. She's right that the floors were not stacked up like a gravity collapse. That's because the towers were blown out in a huge 600-foot radius, which explains both the lack of stacked floors and lack of large seismic impact. You need to look outside the tower's footprints to find all the debris. Dr. Wood shows pictures and offers her interpretation of motion, but sometimes it's hard to understand motion with just a picture. Here's Rick on the trampoline. Is he going up or down? How can you tell? And here's Dr. Wood claiming that most of the material went up.
Because you were saying the dust all went down, and I'm saying the dust goes up, and I'm using this picture to emphasize that it goes up.
She repeats this claim in her book. The picture in Figure 100 illustrates that the dust clouds produced by the destruction of WTC-1 went up, in marked contrast to the results of conventional controlled demolition. Smoke rises, but is most of the material really going up? Or is it blowing out and down? What do you think? In real estate, the number one rule is location, location, location. It's the same with the net force acting on objects. You may not know its cause, but you know its source and its direction by the motions observed. This most basic issue is never explained by Dr. Wood. Let's figure out where the force from her energy weapons must have been located. You know the location of whatever did this was from inside that concrete block. And the location of the force that did this was under the water. If we trace the paths back from any group of accelerating objects, we can locate the initial source of the force that caused the accelerations observed. Look at that picture on the cover of that big, beautiful book. All that smoke and dust is either moving up, out, or down, but away from where the tower stood. The forces that propelled all that out and away must have come from inside the tower itself. If the force was from a dew, they must have been placed inside the towers. Because the towers were not a pressure vessel building up steam from outside heat and then blowing. And that force didn't come from a satellite or a nearby building, because the force would have to sneak through the walls or roof first, without damage, and then activate, blowing the towers out and away from its footprint. No, the force that did this was an inside job. What do you think? She wrote, "When I saw the airplane-shaped hole in one of the buildings, I began to laugh, in spite of the tragedy of the event, because I was reminded of watching a Roadrunner cartoon."
We laugh at, I don't know if you have the cartoons, Roadrunner cartoons?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just laugh then.
Yeah.
Because they're funny, because they're impossible.
Yeah.
Things that are impossible, you tend to giggle at. That's just the human response. And I looked at it like somebody's playing a joke on us. This
Right.
can't be for real.
What did the eyewitnesses observe that day? Did they see an airplane hit the tower? Did they hear an airplane? Did they see airplane parts? Throughout my reading, I kept looking for evidence that an airplane had crashed into the building. She never says that planes hit the towers. Instead, she says when the tower got its holes. She defines got its hole as referring to the moment when something left an airplane-shaped silhouette of passage in a building, created a hole in it. Maybe she thinks that because aluminum is softer than steel, a plane could not have punched through the tower's columns.
What got to me was that upper wingtip slot. There was a 5-inch deep slot cut into the building. This can hold the lights on the end, but it can't slice a steel column.
Well, first, the wingtip did not cut the box columns. It only cut the aluminum cladding. Second, parts of the plane were found at ground zero. Not everything on a plane is aluminum. The perimeter wall segments were bolted together, and many of those segments broke the bolts, blew inward on impact with all that mass. Can a softer material go through a harder material? Well, it depends on how fast a softer material is moving. Lead and copper normally won't go through a steel plate, but it will punch right through using my rifle. A ping pong ball can blow right through a paddle. Can water cut through steel? Again, it all depends on its velocity. She points out the impact of WTC-1 causes vibration that dampens out after about 18 seconds. That is, when WTC-1 got its hole, the building vibrated like a tuning fork. What could cause that vibration of the towers immediately after they got their hole? Maybe the thing that left an airplane-shaped silhouette of passage in the side of the towers and caused the towers to vibrate was an airplane slamming into it about 500 miles an hour? What do you think? Dr. Wood also found a correlation between the magnetic field strength in Alaska and the timing of the holes and collapse of the buildings. All 6 magnetometer values declined and then reversed directions just at the moment when WTC-1 got its hole. Variations in Earth's field readings are not that unusual and can be affected by several things, including space weather and the proximity of lightning storms. There can be significant variations of measurements on many days. Were there anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field in Alaska around the same time as some key events in New York on 9/11? Probably. Was this correlation caused by whatever made those holes in the towers? What do you think? Prior to and during the tower's fall, many heard explosions.
We was in an explosion. We was in the lobby and the third explosion, the whole lobby collapsed on us. We watched the first explosion.
Of the explosion, just the explosion.
It sounded like gunfire, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden, 3 big explosions.
Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was as if they had detonated.
Yeah, detonated.
They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
You want to call your mother or something?
Dr. Wood doesn't think these people really heard bombs because of the difficulty with installation, ignition temperature issues, and besides, cell phones would have set them off. She reminds us about those orange warning signs near blasting sites. The signs are to avoid premature detonation by stray signals from electronic devices during the preparation of the site. Since there were so many cell phones, the risk of setting off bombs would have been high. But the concern for errant radio transmissions only applies to electronic detonators. Non-electronic detonators are used for building demolitions. Dr. Wood also explains that everything that goes boom is not necessarily a bomb. Consider what happens to a raw egg when cooked in a microwave oven. This leads us to the testimony of exploding Scott packs. Scott packs, portable air tanks for firemen, frequently exploded for no visible reason. Why didn't these people realize that all the explosions they heard were just their portable air tanks exploding for no visible reason? What do you think? Dr. Wood studied the people who fell from the towers and didn't believe they jumped because of the heat or smoke. She points out one man removing his pants while hanging out the window. Either way, when looking at the picture of the people dangling outside the building in Figure 30, we may reasonably conclude that they were doing so because of some necessity, and also that they were removing their clothes because of some necessity. Consider what might be expected if some sort of energy field, such as a microwave field, had been affecting that area just inside the building. She deduced that their clothes must have been wet, and in either case, wet clothing intensifies the pain caused by such microwaves. She noted that the person falling here in Figure 26 is at a fairly substantial distance from the building. The question is this: how did he get this far from the building? Let us consider the world record for the standing broad jump, which was 11 feet 6 inches set in 1906. This implies an energized launch by all the jumpers unless wind currents immediately pulled them away from the building. She then jumps to the conclusion, thus the actions of people appearing to disrobe while hanging outside the building are consistent with there being an energy field contained within the walls of the building. And later says, perhaps the outer aluminum cladding on the towers might itself have acted as kind of a microwave oven grating to keep whatever kind of energy was locked inside of it and building up an energy field, kind of a standing wave that could, literally, turn the buildings into powder. Exactly where that big microwave oven was hidden remained unexplained. Dr. Wood noticed many small anomalies and assigned clever names to describe them.
Will involve, I guess the term you use is dustification of metal, or I guess another way you could get rid of it.
Trying to invent a new word.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Poof, you know?
Yeah.
Attention to detail is important for any investigation, and relevant details can be critical. On the other hand, like those reading tea leaves, one can put undue meaning into meaningless minutiae. She didn't believe this was simply a piece of red-hot steel. This is called the Cheeto picture because the orange object in the lower left corner looks like a Cheeto. A still picture of the South Tower in the process of being blown up she called a snowball. The snowball-shaped dust cloud forms and expands. She was perplexed with the fine concrete dust being kicked up. I call these fuzzballs. Dust this fine could not have settled from the air so quickly. The breakdown of particulate matter was occurring because some other mechanism was in play. In some photos, the towers appear to be blowing smoke rings. This is unnatural for regular fires, she claims. Here are some odd swirls and twirls. Could this be the result of directed energy or maybe a weird Hutchinson effect? Or is it just smoke from some old smoldering hay? She observes that some wall segments were bent in the weak direction, rather than from compression, making them look like rolled-up carpets. If high explosives blew out the tower walls, wouldn't the horizontal force bend those segments just like that and twist some box columns? She points to beams that look like poured cake batter, and some that look like a limp lasagna noodle. She suspects the Tesla-Hutchinson effect, changing the molecular structure in just one area of a material, can produce anomalous bending of the kind shown. Is it possible that the cake batter and limp lasagna noodles could have been from extremely high temperatures, like from a thermitic reaction? What do you think? Appendix C in the FEMA report described steel that was attacked by sulfur causing intergranular melting. The source of that sulfur was considered one of the deepest mysteries. According to Dr. Wood, the picture below tells a story of extraordinary deterioration that can best be described as molecular dissociation. Why is this steel as thin as tissue paper and curled like a tortilla chip, she asks. What type of energy field could develop the extreme types of vorticular bending and damage found in these photos? Besides molecular dissociation and energy fields, could high temperatures from a thermate reaction cause intergranular melting and make the steel thin as tissue paper? What do you think? Prior to their fall, there appeared to be what the average person would call smoke. But that's not smoke according to Dr. Wood. She coins the word lather to describe all that white and gray puffy stuff on the side of the towers in Building 7. Careful analysis of photographs shows evidence of what I call lathering up of buildings in the WTC just prior to their going poof. With the lathering and rumbling, it must be that we are in the presence of another mechanism, one that was not recorded on local seismographs, but that the firemen clearly felt. Again, this is consistent with the types of effects one obtains when interfering fields of electromagnetic energy within a zone or region. This looks like lather. Could it be caused by electromagnetic fields, Hutchinson effects, cold fusion, or maybe free energy? Or is it just smoke from smoldering hay that the cows won't eat? What do you think? Building 7 fell late in the day. No plane hit it. The first thing to drop was the penthouse. That means a destructive force had to have cut the internal columns first. Were directed energy weapons hidden inside to selectively cut those internal columns before all the rest? Or is it possible that is the first step of a controlled demolition? Let's look at the fall of the North Tower. The very first thing to move down was its antenna. That antenna was supported by 47 core columns and a hat truss. The fact that the antenna fell before the perimeter has been confirmed by David Chandler, another top 9/11 researcher. This means that all core columns had to have been cut by some force fractions of a second before the perimeter walls. If they were all cut by dues, these weapons must have been hidden inside the towers. Because if the dues were located outside, any energy would have to pass through the exterior walls or roof without causing damage, and then selectively attack just those core columns. Wouldn't it have been much simpler to hide explosives on the core columns during the elevator upgrades? What do you think? There were many areas where it looked like explosive squibs were blasting out in front of the demolition wave, but not according to Dr. Wood, who explains, air tanks and water tanks were not located on every floor, but were spaced consistently throughout the height of each tower. During the destruction, the tower's air tanks and water tanks were ruptured, which would send their contents squirting outward at speeds relative to the pressures in the tanks. Did directed energy weapons on those floors cause those air tanks and water tanks to explode prematurely? Were there air or water tanks even located on those floors? Look at this. Once again, the force to blow that material out had to come from inside. Would you agree? Were those energy weapons of mass destruction hidden inside the towers? If so, like those in Iraq, the towers' WMDs were never found either. On the other hand, maybe the force that blew this material out came from explosives? What do you think? Dr. Wood invents the word dustified, defined as a general catch-all term of turning the building into dust. She writes, the majority of the building and its contents dissolved into dust before hitting the ground. Apparently, any dustification was selective because a lot of the steel wasn't affected. She says the steel wasn't evaporated by heat. She points to videos of falling steel trailing white material, then apparently vanishing into dust.
It turns to dust.
Steel is mostly iron, and iron filings are black. As the steel is falling, shouldn't we see some color change as they were turned into powder in midair? The force from one due from the inside must have launched the steel out and away. And once outside, she claims, solid pieces of the building can be seen dissolving into dust as they fall. Was a second weapon used to dustify the steel as it fell, since the first one that launched it out was likely destroyed? Since so many chunks of steel were blowing out on all sides, was just one dustification weapon used to hit them all, like Tom Knapp shooting Clays? Or was it attacked in a crossfire from above, like the USS Liberty in '67? Or was it dustified from a hidden dew microwave oven with its dial set to free-fall steel? She wrote, we are looking at signs of a force instead that turned the building into dust before it even had a chance to get to the ground. Shouldn't any force of dustification alter the falling path of all that steel, maybe like a cue ball breaking? But what if her fundamental premise of free-fall steel turning to dust is wrong? What if that steel was rotating as it fell, trailing white smoke like this? Here's another video showing that same piece doing exactly that. That steel didn't turn to dust. It's rotating while falling through all the exploded concrete dust and trailing white smoke. She also points to the final fall of the core columns, also called the spire. During the final seconds of the destruction of WTC-1, a section of core columns remained rigid and standing upright after the rest of the building was gone. Then they simply turned to dust. Did they? Before the fall, something cut some columns, making them tip over like a tree. Was that from a laser beam? Or could it just be explosive cutter charges?
The job of the shape charge is to cut steel H-beams. The way we do this is by cutting the beam at an angle, which through a series of beams cut at the same angle will tend to make the building shift over and walk.
Here's that spire walking sideways, then falling down. It didn't turn to dust after all. What if cutter charges were placed every few dozen feet, chopping it into segments, then falling through its own explosive smoke? Sort of like this smoky stick. What do you think? Dr. Wood wrote, "So if it was not shipped to China overnight, where did it go? Very little of it was left on the ground at the disaster site. It had to be dustified and suspended in the air. Were these people covered in steel dust? Or does it look more like concrete and drywall dust? If the steel was dustified but not melted or vaporized, there should be plenty of evidence of it. There was evidence of iron-rich spheres, but no evidence of steel dust was ever found." She claims bombs do not turn buildings into powder. They only break them into chunks that in turn must slam to the ground. High explosives cannot make dust? These bombs made a lot of dust. In using her definition of dustification, which is a general catch-all term of turning the building into dust, even these buildings got dustified without explosives. Maybe high explosives can dustify a building? She also doesn't believe that there was much steel at Ground Zero. From day one of clearing Ground Zero, around-the-clock photos of the demolition were taken. Did you see any photos of 3,000 truckloads of steel being driven away? Neither did I. But there's plenty of photos of Ground Zero showing lots of steel. According to FEMA, more than 350,000 tons of steel were extracted from Ground Zero, trucked to salvage yards, where it was cut up for recycling. 50,000 tons of steel was loaded into barges and sold for scrap. Why wasn't all that steel dustified? The WTC site fumed for months and even years. Conventional smoke does not continue emerging from saturated dirt for months. She's probably right, but unconventional heat, like that from thermite in the basement core columns that can continue to react underwater, could make steam and white smoke for months. Dr. Wood studied a truck dumping material with some white stuff. According to her, that material cannot be steam or very hot. Another indication that there being no high heat is that the truck bed is being raised up by hydraulics. As discussed in Chapter 13, Weird Fires, hydraulic fluid temperatures above 82 C or 180 Fahrenheit will permanently damage the hydraulic equipment. These fumes, lacking heat, must be composed of a gas and or very fine particular that is not hot. Hot mix asphalt is typically around 300 degrees Fahrenheit, and dump trucks loaded with hot asphalt as well as paving machines with hydraulics work rather well with no permanent damage. Is it possible that truck was dumping hot material, giving off steam? What do you think? According to Dr. Wood, Ground Zero could not have been hot because the firefighters were spraying water over it, and that would be very dangerous. If there really is molten metal present in the raging fires beneath the rubble, then where are the steam explosions from the water being applied? Most everyone knows not to put water onto a grease or oil fire. Why not? If water is thrown onto a hot oil fire, the water will instantly heat up and become steam, expanding in a volume by about 1,600 times and producing an explosion. Were the firemen putting out grease fires? Why can I spray water on a hot bent blade without fear of it exploding? She also doesn't think the dust clouds were hot. During the destruction, there was an absence of high heat. Witnesses reported that the initial dust cloud felt cooler than the ambient temperatures. She said that no one reported having been burned by the dust cloud, except all these people who were there, and said it was real hot, getting second-degree burns and singed eyebrows. Maybe they were not remembering right? What do you think? Why is it that only paper that survived and not the office furniture and office equipment, she asked. Being office towers, there indeed was a lot of paper. Maybe some burned as well as a lot that didn't. Paper has considerable air resistance. Is it possible that it was blown out and eventually drifted down after the explosions, with some being burned and some surviving? Why didn't all this paper burn up in the fireball? She studied many cars that had been burned and had an epiphany about how that happened. I first realized that the mechanism of destruction of the WTC must have involved the interference of energy fields. This was my first aha moment. But it doesn't take exotic weapons or interference fields to toast cars. Strange burn patterns from ordinary car fires is quite common. If hot clouds with iron microspheres landed on your car, what do you think would happen? Did directed energy weapons do this to all these cars in the Mideast? No, it's collateral damage from a missile that hit the adjacent building. She tells us that pictures of a grapple excavating ground zero pulling up red glowing material can't be very hot. She informs us that hot things glow, but not everything that glows is hot. Consider a fluorescent light. Grapplers have hydraulic cylinders, and according to Dr. Wood, if there had been any molten steel in the rubble, it would have permanently damaged any excavation equipment encountering it. At a minimum, the hydraulics would immediately fail, and its moving parts would bond together or seize up. And water wasn't used to cool the equipment because water sprayed on an overheated car engine may likely crack the engine block. Using that logic, spaghetti tongs wouldn't work because our hands would burn from the boiling water. The reason why it works is because it takes considerable time to transfer heat through steel. This is why I can hold the end of this blade in my bare hands as I heat the other end red hot. I've used my loader to push in brush in many large fires. My backhoe doesn't have a hydraulic thumb, but my sister's excavator does. The hydraulics don't immediately fail and its moving parts don't seize up. Water won't just explode when used on fires or hot steel, which is why red-hot steel quenched in water won't explode. And why the moving parts of this loader didn't seize up. That grapple wasn't picking up fluorescent lights. Is it possible it was picking up red-hot steel? What do you think? Many saw molten metal.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry.
Yeah, like lava.
Like it was lava.
But she doesn't believe those firemen, and like the lack of Epstein clients, she claims there was no molten steel. Now please note, in no way am I saying or implying that the fireman was lying about molten metal. On the other hand, memories are not like tape recorders, and there is no question but that memories can be manipulated. False memory syndrome refers to the creation of memories that are not based on factual events. Evidently, all those who spoke of molten metal and high heat had their memories manipulated, afflicted by false memory syndrome. Like this woman.
Out still on the rubble, it's still, I believe, 1100 degrees. The guy's boots just melt within a few hours.
Thermal images were taken at ground zero hotspots. She doesn't believe those thermal images either. If those hotspots were real, rescue workers at 400 to 800 degrees Celsius would have been instantly cooked, charred, and desiccated. Were those thermal images faked? What do you think? So where did the directed weapons get their energy? Dr. Wood suspects it came from Hurricane Erin, which was off the coast of New York that day. She notes the resemblance of a hurricane to a Tesla coil. Now let's look at the curious resemblance of a hurricane to a well-known technological invention, the Tesla coil. Not only that, but many morning weather reports neglected to mention Hurricane Erin. The reason? Its path was a carefully kept state secret. The use of directed energy technology on the huge scale of its use during 9/11 might very well have had weather-altering effects. Such technology might have been able to draw upon the vast energies and field effects of the enormous Tesla coil known as Hurricane Erin. Thoughts of this kind are justified, even necessitated by the fact of Erin's having been treated as a carefully kept secret, much like a state secret. She forgot to mention several weather reports that did show Erin, so that state secret wasn't very carefully kept. She also thinks Erin's track was deliberately steered away from ground zero. Was Erin somehow steered away from New York City? Aaron did not gradually turn northward, but actually reversed direction. The paths of many hurricanes can vary wildly with loops, reversals, and zigzags, like Doria, Jean, Harvey, and Juan. Were those also steered with their free energy harnessed to power secret weapons? So where did the towers go? The official story wants you to believe that Building 7 was not a controlled demolition. Rather, they said it experienced an extraordinary event involving a new phenomenon with thermal expansion. As for the Twin Towers, NIST stopped their study before the towers even began to fall. They said it wasn't a pancake collapse, and they didn't test for explosives. No government study ever explained the actual fall of the towers, stating, "We are unable to provide a full explanation of the total collapse." Dr. Wood said that airplanes didn't hit the towers, but whatever caused those airplane-shaped holes affected the Earth's magnetic field in Alaska. The people were propelled off the towers by some electromagnetic force. The path of Hurricane Aaron was a state secret, acting like a giant Tesla coil, powering the hidden directed energy weapons. The dust went up, and high-tech explosive nanothermite chips naturally formed from the scrap, and all those microspheres could have been made by the same force that makes crop circles. After the steel was shot out and away from the footprints, almost all of it turned to dust while falling, and there was hardly any steel found at ground zero. The explosions heard were from the fireman's Scott packs blowing up. There was almost no smoke, no molten metal, and no significant heat, because if ground zero had any molten metal, it would have exploded from the water being applied. Equipment hydraulics would have instantly seized up if any part touched anything red hot, even for a short duration. There was, however, plenty of lather, squirts, fumes, and a Cheeto. Building 7 wasn't a controlled demolition, and the towers didn't explode out and down. They were dustified upward by invisible forces using free energy attacking all the buildings from an unknown direction by unknown weapons of an unknown number and unknown types from unknown locations. Or was Building 7 brought down in a classic controlled demolition? And were those towers destroyed by known high explosives and incendiaries, probably placed inside the towers during the floor renovations and elevator upgrades? Explosives that had enough energy to turn hundreds of acres of concrete floors and drywall into powder, blowing everything out into a huge debris field. Perhaps thermitic material was placed deep in the basement to weaken those massive core columns and continue to react underwater for months, heating the steel and soil above, generating steam and white smoke. It's difficult to explain the evidence without the airplane impact, explosives, and incendiaries. One is forced to resort to unproven technologies, vague explanations, false assumptions, uncorrelated coincidences, or far-fetched theories. The reason why she wondered where all the towers went is because there never was a big stack of pancaked floors. That's because those towers were exploded out and down, far away from their footprint. What if the reason why the government refused to test for explosive residue and she offered unbelievable explanations for those red-gray chips and iron microspheres was because they knew the answer to that question was written in the dust for all to see? What do you think?
Oh, great, thank you. Thank you.
John, thank you very much. Really, really love your videos, John. Before I introduce our next speaker, I just want to say one thing. Something that I've noticed in the 9/11 Truth movement is there are many supporters of Judy Wood's theory. And I would like to say that this is about coming together to turn the tide. So let's remember that we're all on the same side when it comes to what did not happen with regards to the official explanation. That's a very important thing to keep in mind as we move forward. John, thank you very much for that very, very detailed critique of Judy Wood's theory. I'd like to bring up Piers Robinson next. Piers Robinson, PhD, has 20 years of experience researching and teaching in academia, including as professor in politics, society, and political journalism at the University of Sheffield from 2016 to 2019. He is currently research director at the International Center for 9/11 Justice and co-editor of both the Journal of 9/11 Studies and Propaganda in Focus. He continues to research and publish on propaganda and international politics. Thank you, Piers.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to thank you for that kind introduction, Madhava, and thank you everyone for holding out. It's getting late. I will add that I'm on German time. I flew over from Berlin yesterday, so if you think you've got it bad, it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. So without further ado, am I on my presentation now? We bring it up. And then we'll get going. So I just click here. There we go. Okay, right. Today I'm going to be giving a short talk into one specific area of IC 911's research into the 9/11 flights. It's our flight simulator study. And this forms part of a wider research project or wider research agenda that we have set up in order to explore all of the aviation aspects surrounding 9/11. Now, I want to emphasize at the outset that these insights I'm going to be discussing today are preliminary and subject to further research and analysis. There is more work to be done. And I will make sure to flag up some of the uncertainties and limitations at the end of the presentation. But I do hope, however, to give you an idea of roughly where we are in terms of our understanding of the 9/11 flights that we've been looking at. Before we go into the details, however, I want to provide some context for the wider audience, particularly the wider audience out there on the live stream, and thank you to Redacted for that, in order to help them to understand why. Close to the mic. Is this not functioning? Both of them are functioning. Okay, well, I'll sort of go to here. To the wider audience out there, to give them an understanding of why it is we are so interested in looking at the 9/11 flights. And in order to do that, I think it's worth just recapping the core narrative on 9/11, or the so-called official story regarding 9/11. And that is, it goes as follows. On September the 11th, 2001, a group of terrorists commandeered 4 airliners and succeeded in flying 2 of them into the Twin Towers, World Trade Center 1 and World Trade Center 2, leading to their complete destruction. Now, we understand, and we've seen a lot of presentations today which show this, but we understand through extensive research which has been carried out by the 9/11 research community that the complete destruction of these buildings could not have been achieved from the aircraft impacts alone. That the most likely plausible explanation for what happened is controlled demolition of these towers, which was pre-planned and carefully set up well before the plane impacts. Bottom line is that the evidence points clearly towards controlled demolition of these buildings, and I think that's where we are in terms of the state of knowledge regarding the building destruction. But how did the planners, ensure that the aircraft were flown into the buildings? Without this goal being achieved, a key component of the narrative would have effectively failed. Put simply, if the planes had failed to hit the targets, the deliberate and planned destruction of these buildings would have become obvious, or it would not have been able to happen at all, because the planes formed an essential part of the cover story for the complete destruction of these buildings. And it's here that over the years, a number of arguments have emerged or have been advanced, which suggests it would have been extremely unlikely for the planners of 9/11 to have relied upon the alleged terrorists successfully taking over or commandeering the aircraft and then flying them into the targets. So what are these arguments? I'm going to run through the 4 main ones which have emerged over time. First of all, one set of arguments has emerged over essentially the performance limitations of the aircraft in question at the speeds that they were flying at, which was in excess of 500 knots. And the argument here is that, structurally, the aircraft would have suffered from a range of aerodynamic effects, including flutter, Mach tuck, Dutch roll, which would have essentially, or even engine flame out, which would have essentially prevented them from reaching the target. So planes, some people argue, would have broken up at that speed and at that altitude. Another set of arguments is that the forced takeover of these planes would have been extremely difficult to pull off successfully in one case, let alone 4 cases. And Ted's presentation, or Ted Walters' presentation last year in the Aviation Symposium, went through the history of attempts to commandeer airliners. And the history shows that they normally fail. Flight crews fight back. It's a difficult thing to pull off, to achieve. Another argument, and this is getting closer to the core sort of focus or research question that we have with the flight simulator study that we set up, is that the experience levels of the alleged terrorists were simply insufficient for it to allow them to successfully take over the airliners and navigate them and then fly them into the target. And this is a sort of a fairly, a lot of you will be familiar with this argument, but it's been pointed out that sort of Hani Hanjour, for example, who allegedly flew AA-77 into the Pentagon, had failed a couple of check rides, unable to hire a Cessna, that he at most had a commercial pilot's license with really a couple hundred hours experience and very little time in a simulator. And so the argument goes that these people who were apparently trained up on Cessnas, possibly had a CPL, that they simply wouldn't have had the ability to transition to flying a big wide-body jet and handling it and navigating it. And there's a further argument which is developed on this, which is essentially the flyability of the maneuvers, not just a question of these low experienced pilots trying to fly these planes, but the idea that the maneuvers themselves, which we see on 9/11, would have been extremely difficult from a point of view of hand-eye coordination and judgment required in order for them to be completed successfully. And some people argue, and Dan Hanley, for example, puts forward this argument, that he, as a highly experienced pilot, would have been unable to fly the maneuvers that you see on 9/11. So this is the idea that actually it's not even a question of a low experienced pilot. Even a high experienced pilot would be unable to carry out these maneuvers. Now, all of this has really coalesced around, in a sense, an argument over manual control versus automated control of the flights. That if these planes could not have been flown manually, then it's starting to point towards some kind of automated system. And so Dan Hanley talks about the continuous uninterrupted autopilot. Aidan Monahan has looked into various mechanisms which might have been used in order to automatically control the planes, guide them into the targets. And it's the question of the flyability of these maneuvers and of the experience levels of the pilots, which is the focus of the flight simulator study, which we've been conducting over the last 6 months. The C&D is essentially the research focus. Just to be clear, so what we've been trying to do with our flight simulator study is to assess the difficulty involved with the manual control of the 9/11 flights and the probability of the flight profiles being flown by the individuals alleged to have commandeered the aircraft. And to be very clear, we're not looking at the question of whether these aircraft were capable in aerodynamic terms of flying these routes. That's not a question we're addressing. Nor are we addressing the question of whether the planes which flew into the buildings on 9/11 were the actual registered aircraft which authorities claim them to be. And we're not looking at the question of the presence or absence of the planes. Those are other questions which have to be answered in different ways. We're looking at this specific question of the flyability of these planes by the purported hijackers or terrorists. Okay, let's just run through the research steps. So in the first instance, we've focused on United Airlines Flight 175, which flew into the South Tower. and then looking at American Airlines 77, which reportedly went into the Pentagon. In order to do this, we've used a full motion 737 simulator, and I'll be showing you some excerpts from that in the course of the presentation. And we've drawn upon 3 highly experienced airline transport license qualified pilots, 2 of whom are former fast jet pilots. So we've been using experienced pilots for the first stage of this study. Now, in initial evaluations, which involved myself and the 2 former Air Force pilots, it became apparent reasonably quickly that the basic challenge of pointing the aircraft at the target and hitting it was relatively straightforward to achieve. And we dubbed this, in terms of the research design, the lenient test of the official narrative regarding the 9/11 flights. What did pose a challenge, however, was flying the actual routes that were observed on the day. And I'll give you more on this in a minute. And we dubbed this the stringent test of the official narrative. So research focusing on a stringent test whereby the pilots that we recruited were tasked with flying the actual maneuvers purportedly flown. We also gathered information during the stage 1 tests of the lenient test and how easily that could be performed as well. Okay, let's talk more closely, or let's get into this question of these complex flight profiles which were flown. I'll take a risk here. I'm going to use the pointer. Okay, so we'll start with Flight 175. Okay, this is, I think, this is the flight track provided by National Transportation Safety Board. And you have the aircraft around about here is the time, according to the official narrative, the aircraft was commandeered or taken over by the alleged hijackers. It then continued flying southwest for a period of time, then it turned south, and then onto southeasterly course before turning onto a heading of about, I think it was about 50, 60 degrees, taking it into lower Manhattan, where, and there's a picture there of the 767 just a split second before it impacts the South Tower. So that's the flight path according to the official narrative. This is getting a bit more detail in the profile. Again, I'm trying to give a sense, or I'm trying to detail the specific maneuvers which were actually observed in these planes and what we tasked the pilots with trying to fly. So, there we go. This is a more detailed map, and it's slightly difficult. Try to ignore the green line because that's a bit of a distraction. The yellow dots are radar track plots of 175 as it comes in over the Hudson and just before it impacts the South Tower there. So that's the radar track. What you can't tell from this radar track, so it looks like quite a straight line, but you actually have in this last phase here the turn of the aircraft. And I'm going to show you a video clip, and given our tech issues earlier today, that I'm slightly apprehensive, but we'll give it a go. But this should show, the next clip should show 175 in its final seconds before it comes into the tower, and you'll see the maneuver which is being performed. So rapidly dropping down, comes out from behind the cloud, and then it's into a 20-degree bank. And then in the last second, there's a sharper bank. But before that sharper bank, the plane had already effectively lined up with the South Tower. So that's what you got there, a very rapid descent and then a sharp turn to come into the tower. And this image here gives you a slightly clearer sense of exactly what had to be done to bring the aircraft into line with the tower. This yellow track is 175 before it starts to make a last-minute turn. And it's essentially heading to miss the Twin Towers are up here, and it's going to miss the Twin Towers. And at approximately this point, the aircraft, this is where you see the aircraft in the turn. It's initiated a turn, which takes it, and then this red line here is essentially the final flight track, which takes a plane to impact the south tower perpendicular with the face of the building. So that's the turn which you saw in the video clip, and that's the turn that the plane's going through. So, how did the pilots do? Now, the pilots made multiple attempts at all of the flight routes. We were particularly interested in the first attempt results before they went through a learning process in terms of how to carry out the maneuver. And on the first attempt, we had 2 fails and 1 ambiguous. And I'll come back to the ambiguous in a second, but we had 2 fails. The pilots did not succeed in hitting the tower. And I'm going to show you a couple of clips now. So this is at about 7,000 feet, and start the dive in. That is the speed alarm you can hear clicking. That means the aircraft's exceeding the V never exceed speed, and the warnings are going off.
Okay, start the turn in now.
Too low, terrain.
Now, it's slightly unclear. Oops, I need to go back. Sorry about this. Okay, let's get it right. This was slightly unclear because there were buildings on the graphics which we couldn't get removed. So I'm going to show the 3D image, which is a little bit clearer, and it's
Okay,
a little
start
bit
the turn in
clearer
now.
here that the plane misses the tower. So the pilot started the turn. He's trying to get the plane to turn in, but essentially just misses the tower. This is the second pilot. This is on silent because there's a lot of talk going on, and the pilots wanted their identity protected, so it's on silent. But you see a similar process here. Planes put into a dive to try to get to lose the altitude. And then the attempt coming up to make the last minute turn. It's about a mile away from the tower that turn started. And so the turn starts in. You can see the plane starting to turn, but it's not enough and narrowly misses the tower. So just to go through this, what this is indicating is essentially you have a combination of momentum and controllability problems. You have a plane which is going at high speed, 500 knots, it's pulling out of a dive, and then it has to make a turn to pull through 3 or 4 degrees in order to get it to line up with the tower, and it just does not react very quickly. It starts to turn slowly, and it's difficult for the pilots to judge that. Essentially, what you're looking at is you need a lot of precision, very precise timing and judgment. The plane needs to be put into the right level of bank. The control column needs to be pulled back in order to make that turn. And there's not much room for error because the plane is so close to the tower. If it's a couple of seconds too late, then the angle it has to turn through gets greater and greater, and it would become more and more difficult to turn the plane. If insufficient roll is put into the control inputs, then the plane's not going to start to turn fast enough. So you've got to get it just right, or you're going to miss the tower, which is what you just saw with those 2 first attempts. And I'm going to show the result of the ambiguous test, which was, we called it ambiguous because essentially the offset that the pilot flew was far too great, much greater than what you saw on 9/11. So there was never really any hope that he was going to be able to get to the tower. But it does show how difficult it is to maneuver the plane. And we'll just show that now.
Okay, start the turn in now.
So you can see that he's much more offset to the right. Starts to turn. And you can see his inputs in the control column. He's really having to pull now pulled back and hasn't got any chance of reaching the tower. So it just highlights the problem about the kind of the roll input which is required and so on in order to hit the tower. Some of the flight tests on this, the pilots were lining up basically much too early, so it effectively became a lenient test, and that was much more straightforward to complete. And you could see the pilots wanting to line up early because they knew that you get closer, it's going to become much, much more difficult. So now I want to emphasize, okay, what we're extrapolating from this is that the last minute turn, the stringent test, it's not impossible because on subsequent tests, they were successful once they'd learned what they needed to do. Okay, it's not impossible, but on the first attempt, it was difficult, and it essentially is pointing towards a high difficulty, low probability event for that final maneuver. Let's look at Flight 77, American Airlines to the Pentagon, into the Pentagon. Now here you have the plane, point of commandeering, according to the official narrative, is around here. Plane turns, heads back, and then, as many of you will be familiar with this, there was a descending 330-degree turn, and the plane lines up into a very straight track towards the Pentagon in this part. And there's an image from the Pentagon shortly after the impact. There's maneuver about 7,000 feet here into the turn at about 2,000 feet at this point, and then this very straight track towards the Pentagon. A little bit more detail about the flight profile. Again, you know, the stringent test was trying to get the pilots to replicate the actual maneuvers you see on the day to see how difficult these maneuvers actually were. And this is from a 3D modeling study that we have underway regarding what happened at the Pentagon, and this is drawing upon the FDR data, which was released by the US authorities. And this red line is essentially the track in. At this point here, when it's next to the US Naval Annex, is at about, I think, 200 feet above the ground. Descending in, the Pentagon is here. And in this last period here, the plane pulls out of the dive in an orientation which, according to this image, which was released by US authorities, was extremely low to the ground. And it effectively skims across the grass and into the Pentagon. How did the pilots do? First, in terms of the 330 descending turn, we had 1 success and 2 failures. One pilot was completely unable to find the Pentagon after the 330-degree turn. Second pilot did find the Pentagon eventually, but after quite a long meandering sort of tour around to get to attempt to line up, but then was unable to then even line up with the Pentagon. So you essentially had 2 fails to replicate the 330-degree turn. 1 was successful. In terms of replicating that flight path of coming in, pulling out, and going very low across the ground into essentially the lower section of the Pentagon, we had 3 fails on the first attempts.
And power up to 500 knots.
And it's not too difficult in a way to imagine what the problems are. You can see the Pentagon here, fairly narrow split. It's a bit like a letterbox that the pilot's aiming for. In this situation, essentially what happens is that the pilot starts to get too low to the ground, is then pulling back, and you get an oscillation developing. And as you'll see in a second, pulling up from the ground, and then just goes over the top. So that's one problem. Yep, you're coming in low and you end up just skimming over the top of the building. This is the other problem, which occurred And one of the attempted approaches. And again, as with 175 in the towers, there's a learning process. On subsequent attempts, started to get better at being able to do it. And here, as you can probably guess, I mean, the angle of descent is slightly steeper here. And the problem at this point is pulling up in time, and it hits the ground before it reaches a pentagon. So steeper approach, trying to pull out, but not judging it right and hitting the ground. Oops. Okay. So disorientation in the turn, problems of being too high, too low on the first attempts. Again, pointing towards this is a precision maneuver, which requires very good judgment for it to be pulled off successfully. So it points towards a high difficulty, low probability event. There were successes later on, but in first attempts, that's what these initial findings indicate. Now, the lenient test, I'm going to show a run through the lenient test. This is where the pilot was just free to just fly it in to the Pentagon as you will. This was actually an attempt which was made after quite a few attempts had already been made. So there is a clear impact on the lower part of the Pentagon. But essentially what this shows is how easy the lenient test, just flying the plane straight in, was, and how obvious that was for a manual control situation. The pilot could just fly it straight in, no need for a descending turn. It could get straight into the Pentagon. I speeded this up. Otherwise it takes a little bit too much time. Okay. So I want to emphasize, as I said I would at the start, that these are initial indications from the stage 1 of the study. We need to refine the test instructions because in some ways the instructions we gave to the pilots possibly made it harder than it should have been. It complicated it and it made it more likely for them to fail. In other ways, some of the instructions actually made it easier, and we need to look at that and recalibrate it. So we need to refine the test instructions. We also need to look at evaluating the simulator. It's a 737 simulator, and there were 757, 767s, and we need to work through issues surrounding the possible limitations and how that might be affecting, or the comparability with the actual planes flown. Was the 75 and 767 more or less maneuverable, for example, than the 737? So we need to work through that. But the most important thing we need to do is to get to stage 2 of the study and run these tests with pilots who have experience which is commensurate to the alleged hijackers, people with 200 hours or so of flying experience. And then I think we'll be in a position to sort of make firmer conclusions about the initial indications that we found from stage 1. I would add this is expensive work. We have to hire a simulator to do this. We have to get pilots and we have to put them up in hotels and so on. So we need to get funding to move to stage 2. It is an expensive and time-consuming activity. But, and I'll be on time. Number 1, what are the insights at the moment? Just so I get this absolutely clear. So the question of the flyability is more complex and is usually or often presented by people in the 9/11 truth movement who look at this issue. The challenge of flying the plane and hitting the building absent offsets and complicated maneuvers, i.e. the lenient test, is relatively straightforward and doable. I want to make that clear. What is challenging is flying a maneuver actually seen on 9/11, the stringent test, and this is where it gets interesting. The low success rate, this is the bottom line, the low success rate on first attempts indicates that the actual maneuvers were low probability events and would have been especially so for low experienced pilots. Remember, we were using highly experienced pilots. 2 of them were former fast jet pilots. but we need to get that confirmed with stage 2. Third, and in a way this is most interesting, perhaps the most important insight, is that both 175 and 77 could have been flown in a much more direct and straightforward way, less complicated routing than actually occurred. Neither of the routes flown are what you would expect of pilots using what's referred to as Mark I eyeball to guide themselves to the target. And the implications of that finding for the issue of manual versus automated control needs evaluating, pointing as they do, essentially, to an automated as opposed to a manual scenario with these flights. And on that note, I'll finish and thank you for your attention.
Here's one question for you. How many flight simulation studies did our own government do?
I don't think the government did any flight simulator studies. There have been attempts, there have been sort of runs in flight simulators, but none of them have been done systematically or in a proper sort of research context. So this is the first study, really, which is doing this work properly.
That's the first study, folks. The first study done by International Center for 9/11 Justice. Well, that was a fascinating presentation. I don't know about you all, but I was pretty struck by what it looked like flying a jet plane into the South Tower. That's something I've envisioned many times in my dreams, but to see it like that was fairly disturbing. Thank you, Piers. I would like now to introduce Aaron Good. Aaron Good has a PhD in political science from Temple University. Prior to completing his doctorate, he worked on the 2008 Obama campaign in Missouri. Born and raised in Indiana, he has since lived and worked in Taiwan and Shanghai. In 2002, an expanded and revised version of his doctoral dissertation was published by Skyhorse under the title American Exception, Empire and the Deep State. A Japanese translation of American Exception is nearly complete. A documentary film based on the book is also coming in the near future. Aaron Good currently resides with his wife and son in the greater Philadelphia area and is the host of the American Exception podcast on Patreon. Aaron?
Okay, I have a presentation that should be up in a moment here. And I would like to dedicate this to Lance DeHaven Smith. If he had not died so suddenly, I mean, he had a bout with cancer. His health really rapidly declined when he retired from Florida State. And he would be here. He'd be here speaking. He was one of the few tenured, esteemed, prestigious officials or public administration scholars who spoke out about 9/11, and he was friendly with government, Florida State government people and so on. He was just an irreplaceable person. So I wish Lance were here. I also want to acknowledge David Talbot, who also has been taken out of the scene of people investigating America's real history. He had a stroke, his second stroke. David and I were planning on writing a book based on the things that I'm going to talk about today. We had actually planned to write 2 books together. One of them was on the RFK assassination, and the other was on the neoconservative takeover of U.S. foreign policy, which is what I'm going to talk about essentially. The title here is The Gray Alliance, How Neoconservatism Took Over the American Deep State, and this is looking at these issues in a totally different way than the speakers up to now. This is less about 9/11. It's very little about 9/11. It's more about the issue of how the apex of power can be captured by forces that are totally antithetical to democracy and to the rule of law. 9/11 was not the first time that this regime entered politics in a dramatic way and influenced supposedly democratic American politics. So I want to talk, I've written about the exception, which is the rule of law being violated by officials in a supposed case of emergency. But recently I've been thinking more and more about the fix, and so, which is something that we intuitively understand. The fix is in here and there. If you want to be running any sort of criminal racket in a town, you need the fix, right? So I tried to write a definition of this the other day in preparation of this. An institutionalized, deep political arrangement in which law enforcement is neutralized in relation to a going, rent-seeking criminal enterprise, i.e. a racket. So the exception might be an official breaks the law, orders an assassination, even though it's against the law, right? That would be an example of the exception in action. But what do you really call it when the National Crime Syndicate is allowed to have a monopoly on drug distribution in the United States for decades? Perhaps, probably, essentially still up to the present. That's not the exception. That's not one official doing something bad. That's something deeper. And that is some variation of the fix. So the Cold War served as the bureaucratic rationale for U.S. exceptionism, the institutionalized abrogation of the rule of law in response to an existential threat to the state, which is what I say we, the national security state, U.S. leaders deemed communism to be. Such a threat that we had to break all these laws secretly, covertly, because then, we need to win the battle of hearts and minds. So we can't tell people we're committing all these crimes. We have to do it covertly. But the reason is the existential threat. The deep state fix that I'm trying to expand on here is an example of Peter Dale Scott's Gray Alliance. And it resulted from, this is a deeper fix. We call it the apex fix, we call it the deep fix, but it's something that's more than just like the corruption in a certain town or state where the mob might have sway. It's something much, much deeper. It's attached to the apex, or it's essentially condoned and protected by the apex of power in the United States. And it resulted, what happens after World War II is a result of the coincidence of the consolidation of the National Crime Syndicate in the mid-20th century. That's part one. And then B, the consolidation of the imperial U.S. national security state, whose command posts were vested with overriding power, which is to say exceptionalist prerogative powers to ignore the law when you deem it expedient. Key figures in this deep state fix include the heads of the FBI, I wrote FBI twice, CIA, actually the second FBI is supposed to be FBN, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, and CIA counterintelligence / operations, even the director of Central Intelligence at the time. So people like Harry Anslinger, head of the Bureau of Narcotics, J. Edgar Hoover, James Angleton, Richard Helms, Alan Dulles. These are key figures in the early years of post-World War II U.S. empire that led to the establishment and sort of the entrenchment of a kind of fix related to connected to organized crime. I wrote about the Kennedy assassination a lot and the mystery of who did the Kennedy assassination. And on this, fundamentally, it's pretty straightforward. Kennedy was killed by the regime. The regime is not the state. In political science terms, the regime is all of those institutions which determine who actually has control of the state. So you can have a democratic regime, you can have a one-party regime, you can have a communist regime. There's different ways to think about it, but it's something bigger. And we're taught that the US has a lawful, open, democratic regime characterized by the rule of law and elections and so on. But if you can assassinate the most popular president, according to Gallup polls since the end of World War II, JFK, if you can assassinate him and then lie about it brazenly for decades, then the regime must be something besides just a lawful democratic regime. And if you understand that, you can understand how something like 9/11 could be pulled off. Or you can just think, Oswald, one lone nut killed the president, and then another lone nut killed him. These things happen, okay? But you probably, none of the people in this room think that way. Okay, my dissertation in the book, Empire and the Deep State, the title kind of says it all. American exception. The exception is a violation of the rule of law that's just baked into the way we are governed. Empire, imperialism, is a reference to the US quest for global dominance at the end of World War II, which, contrary to what the senator said, is not something that we stumbled into or reluctantly took over. This was something planned by the apex of Wall Street power, the Council on Foreign Relations. Alan Dulles was the vice president at the time, and he wrote one of the volumes of a World War II study where they basically planned out how they were going to manage global capitalism after the war. So it wasn't an accident. We didn't find ourselves accidentally running the world. It was planned by the richest, most powerful people in the world. But it wasn't packaged that way. It was packaged as an American century, and it was all about freedom, okay? And the deep state is the actual nature of the regime. It's not visible. It's something deeper. It's oligarchic and top-down. Okay, now a diagram here to explain the sort of tripartite structure of the state. You have the public state, democracy, you know, Congress, the president, and all of this, but you have the national security state, which is supposed to protect the public state. But I argue that you can't even really understand things by just looking at those two forces, those two parts of the state. There is something deeper, which I choose to represent with the Wall Street bull, because it's really the power of oligarchy. Our issue is not a bunch of bureaucrats doing bureaucrat things. It's the richest, most powerful people in the world who control the state. And they especially have links to the national security state and can use it to advance their interests. Like when the CIA overthrows a government so that a US corporation can come in and exploit their most valuable resources, which we do again and again. Venezuela seems to be in the crosshairs right now. I'm sorry to disappoint anyone who thinks that's really about drugs, because it's not. The other way you can think of the deep state is as a regime type. And then the only real difference is you've got the public state, the security state, but you also have civil society, okay? And it's outside of the government, but the media, the foundations, academia, even religious groups, labor unions, all these things that could be part of civil society and could influence the way that politics works in America and the way that people think about politics. But really, again, you have deep political power, oligarchic power, the power of organized money, and it's this sort of deep political influence that even manipulates civil society. You know, you can get a job at a think tank if you're a good imperialist, but you really cannot if you are opposed to imperialism or if you're a critic of capitalism. So this is the way that they define what are acceptable perspectives and things for people to say and think. It has a big influence on people in America. We're all shaped by the culture we grow up in and the institutions that help us to try to make sense of the world. And yes, they manipulate us a lot, and they make us think things that people with money want us to think. I owe a tremendous debt to Peter Dale Scott, who is a dear friend, collaborator, and big inspiration to me. And a lot of my thinking is based on his writing. And I did an oral history with him, which included hours and hours of interviews with him about his life, because he was a person looking at these things since the 60s. He's been probably the most serious academic to write about them. And in recent years, the last couple of years, I began to look closely more at his work and think about policies in the Middle East. And I came to realize that Peter has this blind spot when it came to discussing Zionism and the influence of Israel in US politics and in the events that he studies. And the more that I spoke to him about this, the more kind of shocked I was, because the influence is profound at certain key points in the history that he would talk about, but he wouldn't speak about it. And it has mostly to do with the fact that he received credible death threats at certain times that dissuaded him from this. He's also married to a person who is loyal to Zionism, and so this is, another factor as well. But he just will not speak about these things publicly, even now. But I speak to him a good bit of the time, pretty regularly. I talked to him for 2 hours a couple weeks ago, and I think that even though he will not speak about these things, his body of work has more explosive, kind of mind-blowing implications about this than anyone else that I can think of. So I could fault him for not speaking out now, but he's done this amazing work so far, and he's really a brilliant individual. He was best friends with Dan Ellsberg. He once had dinner in Huey Newton's apartment with Donald Fried. He was in Bernard Finsterwald's office when James McCord came in. I mean, just things where that he tells me, they're amazing to me. I can't believe that. Anyway, I'm going to be jumping around here a bit, but I wanted to put this, even though this is going to go sort of from the past to the present, I want to point out something very strange. This is a gray zone. Say you should hire a gangster to assassinate someone who tells state secrets, right? I mean, this is, it's amazing, especially when you look back on it and what was going on in the 60s. I want to point to, now I want to go back to the past, and I want to look at the memoirs of Andrei Gromyko, a Soviet diplomat. And he's talking about a conversation with Kennedy, JFK, and he said, they strike up a conversation privately, and he said JFK started to talk about the U.S. politics. And he says there's two groups of the American population which are not always pleased when relations between the U.S. and USSR improves. It consists of people who are always opposed to improvement for ideological reasons. So just hardcore Cold War warriors, military-industrial complex people, right-wing, stable contingent. The other group are people of a particular nationality. He meant the Jewish lobby. This is what he would write about it then. We say Israel lobby now, but they used Israel or Jewish lobby back then, who think that always and under all circumstances, the Kremlin will support Arabs and be an enemy of Israel. This group has effective means for making improvement between our countries very difficult. So even now, we think of the neocons and their influence on policy, their ties to Zionism. But even back in the early 60s, JFK says, look, I've got two groups here that make it really hard to relax the Cold War. Cold War militarists and right-wing fanatics basically, and then Zionists. They make it, and they're powerful enough to have an influence to do this. So he's trying to explain the president isn't all powerful. He's got to somehow deal with domestic forces. And so Gromyko says that we both kind of agree that the Palestinians should have a homeland in Israel. I don't see why we can't, why the Zionists don't want us to have better relations. And Kennedy just says, well, I want to just try to explain these things to you. And then Gromyko says at the end, I don't know why, but when I first heard about his murder, it was that talk on the White House terrace that came into my mind, what he said about there being opponents to his policy. So I think that this basically captures the coalition that did get rid of Kennedy. You have Cold War militarists, people who are proponents of the US empire who benefit from it. But additionally, there's more evidence that Zionist actors and agents of Israel were involved in some ways that have only totally come to light, and I won't say totally, but have been more confirmed recently. And I'll try to explain this. James Angleton is a very key figure for this era. The only time that the US really went after the Vegas syndicate in a serious way was under Robert F. Kennedy and his investigations of the Teamsters and the Las Vegas skim and so on. And at one point, RFK's Justice Department asks a CIA officer named John Whitten to investigate Panamanian bank accounts that are being used to move the Lansky skim around, or the Vegas skim, the extra money that they would take out. And he testifies about this in the 70s to the church committee, and here's what he said. At the time, we were in an excellent position to do this. I thought it was a great idea. Promptly, this came to Angleton's attention, and we had to brief him on it, and he said, well, we're not going to have anything to do with this. This is the FBI's business, and whammo, end of conversation. We were called off. I went to J.C. King, who was the chief of Western Hemisphere Division, and told him this, and J.C. King said, well, you know, Angleton has these ties to the mafia, and he's not going to do anything to jeopardize them. And then I said, I didn't know that, and he said, yeah, it had to do with Cuba. Cuba, which is, of course, where Lansky had his casino. Now, Peter Dale Scott does write about this. He does write about Israel some in his book, especially American War Machine and Deep Politics and the Death of JFK, except in that book he writes more about Lansky. But here's what Scott says. Angleton's defense of Lansky's skim cannot be separated from his second function in the CIA as handler of the Israeli desk. Angleton's connections with Mossad date back to World War II, when he coordinated OSS operations in Italy with the Jewish underground headed locally by Teddy Kollek, who later becomes the mayor of Jerusalem. So Angleton has these deep ties to the mob and to Zionists, and of course Lansky is pretty famous now as a Zionist. He's one of the main people who funneled arms to them in 1948. And the other time that the U.S. does go after him for a brief moment under Nixon, he flees to Israel, and he basically rides it out until the end of 72, early 73, and by then Nixon's suffering under Watergate, which I'm going to try to talk about. Now, I'm going to try to skip ahead here or briefly go through these just in the interest of time, but one thing that I discovered recently was that in Angleton's 1975 Church Committee testimony, he admits to, and this is censored, it was redacted and then later deleted, as I'll show, he admits that the person handling all of the Murder Incorporated, assassination business, Kill Castro plots, the person that was handling this was not a CIA officer, it was a Mossad officer. And this was unknown until, I haven't seen anybody else write about this before me. So the significance of this is it was hard for people studying the Kennedy assassination to get documents on the CIA that dealt with their assassination apparatus. And I think that this is why. A lot of it was handled by Mossad. I think they outsourced some of these things, and that was a key part of it. But additionally, the other people that would have been involved, I think, were folded into other programs, especially MK Ultra, it seems, is a part of this. And those records were all destroyed when Helms was afraid that the CIA might get blamed for Watergate for good reason. And so he ordered all the MK Ultra files destroyed. Okay. The reason that Angleton said he had to do this was because he felt the CIA was so penetrated with Soviets that you just couldn't actually use the CIA for CIA operations. You needed somebody he was extra confident in, and it was a Mossad officer. This is his excuse for this. But of course, the Cold War and communists around every corner, under every bit, is the way they justified everything. And the only people that knew about this were Dick Helms and William Harvey, the notorious William Harvey, if you're familiar with CIA history. And you get the impression also that there were few CIA people even involved in what was going on in Cuba, or otherwise, that if they're all penetrated by the Soviets, it wouldn't have made any sense. So it seems that the Israeli person was really running it all. Now, what was missing from this testimony that I found somehow in an older version that was released, but if you look at the ones that have come out every time since then with redactions and so on, this page is totally missing, but I found it on a earlier version that was really incomplete, so it didn't really make any sense, but I found the page. And in this page, they delete it for reasons you can try to figure out, but Angleton is asked, well, did you tell the director of the CIA that you were using an Israeli to handle the assassination plots and terror plots in Cuba? Like, that seems significant. And Angleton at first says, oh yeah, he knew. And then they ask him more about it, and he says, well, a little thing like that is not something you go and bother the director about, right? So Nobody really knew about this. The president didn't know about it. The head of the CIA didn't know about it. It was just Richard Helms, who was the deputy director of plans. He eventually became the director. And then Angleton and William Harvey. I assume William Harvey knew. So this is, he's the assassination apparatus, the most sensitive apparatus in the CIA is not under the director doesn't even know that it works. They don't know about the assassination plots against Castro, and the president obviously doesn't know. It's this private foreign policy carried out by national security people. So the what the significance of the Lansky role and the Teamster role in the crime syndicate is that when the U.S. started to look at this national crime syndicate as a problem, they first don't want to admit that it was real at all. But then when they as they have to, because there's just too much evidence for it, they blame it on the Italians. They say it's this Italian mafia thing, which is not baseless. They're really a part of it. I call it the Lansky Teamster Syndicate, but if I'm being more honest, it's really Lansky Teamster Mafia. Okay, and the Teamsters are a big part of this. They were back then. But this is when Robert Kennedy becomes Attorney General, he doesn't go after this Italian model of the mafia. He says it's a syndicate. The Teamsters are a huge part of it. That's why he goes after Hoffa. And he tries to investigate the Vegas skim. Because Vegas, the city itself, was created by Meyer Lansky in 1946. And the reason it was created is because in 1945, he takes this guy named Harry Meltzer, along with some other mobsters with a lot of money. They set him up in Mexico, and he becomes like the heroin kingpin of the west coast of the United States. But if you're going to make all that money, you've got to have a way to launder it, and that's why they make Las Vegas. That's the whole city, which is still, even today, they want to assassinate someone, and they go to Vegas and Lansky connected things. It's almost unbelievable, but there it is. So Robert Kennedy was saying something different about this. Peter Dale Scott, in his writings, talks about how there's a CIA global drug connection. He has a book called American War Machine on this. And he points out how it's been a connected thing throughout all of these scandals, like the JFK assassination, Watergate, Iran-Contra, 9/11, that you have the drug traffic is involved. And this was confusing to me in some ways because it's so discursive, but he is correct that it does pop up in all these cases. I mean, everybody remembers Gary Webb, right? What's less well known is what Nixon was doing, his war on drugs, but that was significant. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then the Kennedys were not only going after the money laundering headquarters in Vegas, but they attempted to go more after the wholesale networks and the bigger distribution networks rather than trying to go after low-level dealers and so on. It was a real change in approach to the drug problem in the US. So what's significant about the Kennedy assassination and in regards to this is that Jack Ruby is the most absurdly suspicious character you can imagine. I have a timeline of Lansky, and I think I'll explain more about it, but the real issue with Jack Ruby and the fact that he was in custody and it made it impossible really to investigate the assassination was that he sat at the center of such explosive and lucrative state/establishment criminality that the government could not possibly allow him to reveal the truth of Dallas. For one, expose as corrupt and criminal many prominent persons in the US. And secondly, it would damage US prestige in the war of ideas against the global communist conspiracy, which is essentially what we organized all of political life and foreign policy around, in the Cold War. So there were two blackmail things built into the Kennedy plot. Lyndon Johnson tells Earl Warren, you can't investigate this, you need to put this conspiracy talk to bed because we think it's the Soviets, but if we say that, it'll lead to nuclear war and everybody will die, so you need to actually put this thing to bed. This is how he got Earl Warren to be on the Warren Commission, to chair the investigation. But additionally, with Ruby in jail, you're saying it'll blow up the world, literally, if we investigate this. That's what Earl Warren is more or less told. And then with Ruby, it isn't said, but it's known by any person with any connection to the syndicate and the drug traffic in the US, which is pretty much a nationwide thing now, that it would upset so many apple carts if you investigated this, because he's tied to Teamster corruption and the drug trade. He was essentially the syndicate After the assassination, a guy named Kuttner, I think it's Louis Kuttner, came forward and said, yeah, I worked with him on the Kefauver hearings back in 1950, and he was a syndicate lieutenant in Dallas. And the deal was he would explain what was going on in Chicago, where he used to live, if you just didn't mess with Dallas. That was what this guy said. The Warren Commission just ignored him saying that. The Warren Commission says Ruby had no ties to organized crime, which is very funny. Coincidentally, two people in the 60s assassinations, two key figures, Sirhan and Jack Ruby, both worked at the Santa Anita racetrack, which was essentially under the purview of Johnny Rosselli, who was the person that the CIA reached out to when they wanted to assassinate Castro. So that could be a coincidence, but it's very, strange. So here's what Peter writes about this, about concealing Ruby and his ties to crime. What's being protected is not a one-time arrangement or an arrangement in Ruby's lifetime, but a more institutionalized arrangement between the mob and the government, initiated in the era of Hoover and Lansky, but outlasting them and perhaps enduring down to the present. And then he points out also, Lansky was one of the top 3 organized crime figures who were never tapped or bugged by the FBI. The other 2 were Marcello and Santo Trafficante. And when I explain the Lansky timeline, hopefully it'll make more sense. Here it is. 1937, Lansky works with the government to help them take down the head of Murder Incorporated, which he had helped establish, which was the nationwide syndicate assassination network. And Buckhalter was also the biggest drug dealer in the nation. Lansky takes him out. He eventually becomes the biggest drug dealer in the country, but he's essentially a stool pigeon of some kind. He helps to arrange the arrest and conviction of Louis Buckhalter, and this endears him to, or well, I don't know what the word is, but for whatever the reason, the head of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, and the head of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, Harry Anslinger, never go after Lansky. In 1939, you have the murder of Leon Cook. He was the head of a junk handlers union in Chicago, and it was a syndicate murder, and it's written about in Robert Kennedy's book as the moment that allowed the mob to take over the Teamster Pension Fund. And one of the things the Teamster Pension Fund did was big real estate deals, casino deals in Las Vegas to build these huge casinos, and then those casinos attract a lot of people, high volume, and then you can put a lot of drug money into them and you launder it that way. It seems to be about what happened. Now, the strange thing about the murder of Leon Cook is the only person other person in the room was Jack Ruby. In this key moment here, right? 1943, so, go figure. And it was friends of his that were later blamed for it. I think Sam Yaris or Dave Yaris and another, Lenny Patrick maybe, but some of these mob names get mixed up in my mind, but it was associates of Ruby who were eventually blamed for that murder. Or wait, I take it back. The Leon Cook murder, they don't quite know. That was the James Reagan murder, but I'll talk about that in a second. In 1943, Operation Underworld takes place, and the Office of Naval Intelligence and the OSS work with Meyer Lansky. And Meyer Lansky says, I can help you to protect the docks, because the mob has a presence there, but you need to help me spring my friend Lucky Luciano from jail so we can help America in World War II. They do that. 1945, Meyer Lansky receives Medal of Freedom from Harry Truman, and also his Mexican drug connection begins running as well. So I don't know of anybody else who receives a Medal of Freedom from the president and establishes a big drug syndicate in Mexico City or anywhere in the same year. That's a busy year. 1946, the James Reagan murder. That's the one, Lenny Patrick and Dave Yaris. These are also associates of Jack Ruby. And the significance of the James Reagan murder is that it allows the syndicate to take over the National Racing Wire, which is this nationwide gambling, basically a phone network, telegraph network, but it would tell you the racing results. And if you could control it in the town, you basically controlled the illegal gambling, and then you would have to bribe policemen and so on. But once you bribe the policemen in a town and other people are taking money for it, just for the gambling, then you kind of got them for everything else too. It's the way the national syndicate was able to expand and corrupt and become a national crime syndicate. And also the same year that the Flamingo in Vegas begins operating. And that was run by Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel was probably killed not because of what Warren Beatty says in his movie and so on. It was probably over the racing wire because he wanted to control the racing wire. And so there was this rivalry. It ends up going to these other more powerful people than Siegel. I'm not going to read too much about the Teamsters, but I really recommend the book for all of these subjects. Sally Denton and Roger Morris wrote The Money and the Power on Vegas, and they write about how the Teamsters were implicated in the syndicate's drug trafficking. They shared office with drug dealers. They were depository or drops for drug money. And what they write here is the drug trade was already by 1960 so enmeshed with government intelligence and providing large amounts of money to politicians in both parties. And these drug connections are added proof of the pervasiveness of an integration of the syndicate of Las Vegas and proved again the folly of an Italian surnamed, simplistically criminal view of the system. So the issue with the crime syndicate is not merely the hoodlums, it's that it is intertwined with the wealthy capitalist people who are, legitimate. I'm not going to read this whole thing on Paul Helliwell, but he is a significant character for establishing the covert operations and drug trafficking networks at the same time. And as Peter Dale Scott writes, Paul Helliwell must be considered part of Meyer Lansky's milieu. And then I write more about this here. To reestablish the Southeast Asian drug connection in the early post-war years, Helliwell may have had Lansky funds to do this. He represented, among other things, Helliwell, this CIA OSS lawyer fellow, and Lansky lawyer, he represented an outfit called the Eastern Development Company, a firm that cooperated with Lansky and his Las Vegas friend and fellow Zionist agent Hank Greenspun in the mid-40s to supply arms to the Zionists who would establish Israel. And his subsequent connections to Lansky are less ambiguous. He was the owner of the Bank of Perrine, which was a two-time laundromat for Lansky and the CIA. This was in Florida. Also connected to Lansky through the Miami National Bank. Helliwell was legal counsel for this small bank used by Lansky to launder money from abroad, along with Las Vegas casino skim. Vegas asks whether Helliwell's connections to Lansky's Bank of World Commerce, and then Tibor Rosenbaum, this notorious financier, super Zionist, but also connected to organized crime, if it did not constitute a connection to the Mossad. Well, I would say it does, as does his connections to Helliwell's, or to Lansky's bank in Florida, the Miami National Bank. So this is a person who is a key CIA figure, but also a mob figure, and it's hard to even say, is he more of a spook or a mobster? And that's really the heart of the issue, is how do we even describe these things? I'm gonna skip ahead here. I want to point out a key shift in US foreign policy because it's a sort of a cliche or a tenet of the left that of imperialist critics that, well, the policy never changes. It's merely a function of, capitalists, imperialists who have managed geopolitics to accumulate more capital and so on. Well, there are changes in US policy. In 1956, they tried something similar, like a land grab, like they did in 1967, essentially. This one involved the Israelis, the French, and the British, but really the Israelis would have been the big beneficiary of it. But Israel would have been saved as well because Nasser wanted to nationalize the Suez Canal, which he did. And you end up getting the Suez crisis. But in that year, Dwight Eisenhower said, this is unacceptable, and that was the end of it. It wasn't allowed to stand, and they were not the Zionists and the British, people who are sympathetic to Zionism because it's also intertwined with the British Empire. They were not happy about this. And they also at that time, they tried to use the Muslim Brotherhood to assassinate Nasser, which goes, the Islamists are kind of useful sock puppets for Western imperialism, as we see on 9/11. Another interesting thing that gets into the same milieu is a meeting that I found out about thanks to Ola Tanander, and he knew about it thanks to his friend Dirk Pullman. But in 1962, September, a high-ranking US military officer met with Nazi assassin Otto Skorzeny to complain about JFK. And he says basically all the people advising JFK are wussies. They don't believe in the superiority of the West. It's just a disaster. And also, he's giving too much money to the inward states, i.e. African nation states. So these are people of a right-wing bent, let's just say, the ex-Nazi and this Air Force person. So, you know, you don't go to Otto Skorzeny to talk about your feelings or to talk about foreign policy. He's an assassin, he's a terrorist. He may, some researchers believe that he may have been the QJ Win character because there are these references to Spain in the discussions over this. QJ Win was a assassination cryptonym. It was either one person or a few. It's complicated, but regardless, this may be a key to understanding it, because Skorzeny, before he did this, very shortly before, I think like a week before, Skorzeny killed a German scientist who was working for Nasser. And he did this on behalf of Israel, of Mossad. The story is that these Mossad agents found him and he said, "Don't kill me." And they say, "Well, we need you to do some work for us. And then maybe we can get these other, you know, Nazi hunters off your back if you go and kill this scientist for us." That's the story they tell. So it may well be that some sort of similar network was involved with the JFK assassination, involving Mossad perhaps. Okay, now the significance of this is, and Peter wrote about this in one of his books that did not get published. He has 2 books on JFK that have not been published. One of them was essentially disappeared, even though it was written up in Publishers Weekly. He got a good advance for it, and it just disappeared. It never came out. We've tracked some of these down. I have these manuscripts or copies of them, and in one of them, Peter writes, Israel would not have killed JFK. It would have been suicidal to do this. Now, but they do seem to have been involved in the operations, which is not something he says years later publicly or in his books. He says it would have been suicidal. They wouldn't have done it without a higher authority. And that, I think, is key to understanding the assassination. What's significant about it is that Israel has used this role in the clandestine deep state. If JFK is the head of state, he's not a powerless person. He's the president of the United States. He has a lot of control over the bureaucracy. So if you're going to kill him, you're going to have to get creative to be able to get away with it. And additionally, his brother is the top lawman in the country. It's no small thing to have done this. But so they do this, I think, using secret aspects of the military, like especially the continuity of government, doomsday machine emergency networks, you know, that in case there's a nuclear war, you can say that you have these emergency powers. I think something like that was invoked. But then the management of it was probably Angleton's CIA within the CIA, connected to Mossad and the National Crime Syndicate. And by using the National Crime Syndicate, you're able to capitalize on the fact that it's got this network of corruption throughout the whole country. So you have all these ways to lean on people and manipulate them. And what happens after this may or may not be accurate. This is a bit speculation, but there's 3 things that happen in March, February of 1967. They revolve around the Kennedy assassination, and they're all connected to the syndicate as well. Ramparts magazine exposes the CIA's manipulation of student groups and so on, okay? And it turns out that this article, which is famous, it's the biggest scandal in the CIA up to that point, it's written by a guy named Sol Stern in Ramparts magazine, and I was suspicious about this, and so I was like, who is this guy that wrote this? Because it just happens before the 67 war, and it seems to have had an impact on this. Well, the guy was named Sol Stern. He was born in Mandatory Palestine. Shortly after this is written, he becomes a hard right-winger, and he spends the rest of his life writing for like the Manhattan Institute and other super Zionist think tanks. And he writes about essentially like the PLO are all terrorists and you can't negotiate with them. Basically a hardline Zionist. So, okay, I guess that could be a coincidence. But I also found the CIA's historian wrote an article in like 2010 maybe, and he says in 67 in the summer, CIA was in the worst position ever. You had this expose in Ramparts, you had these other scandals, and so they wanted to please the president. And so they essentially tell the president what he wants to hear about the 6-Day War, because LBJ is a huge Zionist. Additionally, in February, March 1967, Clay Shaw gets indicted by Jim Garrison. And I don't claim to understand the whole Jim Garrison issue, and Peter Dale Scott and others have been anti-Garrison, even though they're interested in the case. But people like Oliver Stone and Jim DiEugenio and others really like Garrison's case, and they think he was, on the up and up. I'm agnostic about it, ultimately, but it's worth noting that the guy that tells him to investigate the assassination is Russell Long, who's one of the most Teamster-connected, corrupt, and powerful people, a Louisiana senator. So this is very strange. Robert Kennedy's close friend, Walter Sheridan, essentially thought that the whole Garrison investigation was related to an effort to get Hoffa out of jail. So make of that what you will. Additionally, though, Drew Pearson and Jack Anderson write about how JFK could have been killed by some CIA operations, and it reveals for the first time the CIA mob plots against Castro. So this is another, these are three things that happened, bam, 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 months before the 6-Day War, and the person that was feeding them, and Jack Anderson and Drew Pearson, the columnist, this information, was a lawyer for Johnny Rosselli. And the logic of him doing this doesn't really make much sense. So I would wonder if this is a coordinated, effort, but it's hard to say, perfectly. Watergate, as Peter wrote, has many connections to the JFK assassination, and I'll try to go through some of these and the events that happened at the time. But the 68 Trafficante visits Saigon, so these CIA-connected forces are doing things with the drug trade there, and Trafficante, they're looking to use more of the Southeast Asian traffic and maybe supplant some of the Mexican traffic. And at the same time, there's an effort to actually go after Lansky. That's very strange. So in early 1970, Lansky has this meeting, I think it's in Acapulco, and then he comes out and he essentially gives up control of the drug trafficking operations. And he gets arrested in the US for the first time on very trivial charges, but he senses the government's coming after him, so he goes to Israel. And additionally, in Las Vegas, there's this strange episode with Howard Hughes, and he is taking over these casinos that were run by the Lansky set, but he's still very tight to all of these people, so it's very weird. Eventually, in November 1970, Hughes is taken out of Vegas on a plane that's on Adnan Khashoggi's plane, if you know who Adnan Khashoggi is. He factors in 9/11 as well. I mean, couldn't make stuff up. Nixon also had a war on drugs, and I just want to remind people of the power of the executive branch. If they choose to use it, they just shot these guys in Venezuela. Well, Nixon was using E. Howard Hunt and others to try to assassinate drug dealers in Mexico. It seems that Nixon was, as mob-connected as he was trying to, or his administration was trying to restructure the mafia somehow, the crime syndicate. And there are all these things about the mafia versus the CIA that you can find. This article is very straightforward, the title, but there seemed to be this conflict between the CIA and then mob-connected forces that's going on at the time. You can find articles that are written in the press where they're saying, this Italian mafia thing doesn't really capture it all. That Lansky seems to have more power than anyone. And this was getting written in articles across the country in the newspapers in this early window, the early 70s. Okay, and at the same time, Lansky is like a focal point for strange, deep political maneuverings. Sidney Zion here writes an article in Harper's in 72 advocating for the US to allow Lansky to stay in Israel and for Israel to let him stay there. This is, Harper's Magazine is flacking for the biggest mobster in the world. Sidney Korshak, who's a mob lawyer, labor fixer. There's an article by John Sinclair, who John Lennon once did a famous benefit for, that talks about how Korshak was trying to use sexual blackmail against Kissinger so he could get Kissinger to tell Israel that it was okay to have Meyer Lansky stay there. Sidney Korshak is doing this. Now, there's also, under Nixon, who knew that the CIA could mess with his plans, he's worried about this Bay of Pigs thing, right? That's what he says in the Smoking Gun tape. At one point, he tries to get Dick Helms, the head of the CIA. He goes to the CIA director. He's his boss. He's the president. And he says, hey, the who shot John angle. Is Eisenhower to blame? Is it Kennedy? Is it Johnson? Is it Nixon? Et cetera, et cetera. It may become a big issue. And if it does, I need to know what's necessary to protect the dirty tricks department and the intelligence community and all this, and I'll protect it, but just tell me about who killed JFK. But he's doing this because he knows the CIA, what they did to Kennedy, they could do to him. I think this is the only interpretation. And they didn't do the same thing to Kennedy, but they ultimately do get rid of him. I'm going to skip this, but again, I think what ends up happening to Nixon is a similar coalition of mob, drug-corrupted syndicate forces, Central Intelligence Agency, and it's being intertwined with them, and then right-wingers who opposed Nixon's opening to China and détente and other things Nixon was trying to do at the time to move the country in a less bellicose direction. I have hours of this stuff on my American Exception podcast, but I won't try to go through it here because we've only got a couple minutes left. And this is impossible to really go through and do justice to, but at the Deep Throat's warning to Bob Woodward in May of '73, he says, everyone's life is in danger. The covert activities involve the whole US intelligence community, and they're incredible. Deep Throat refused to give specifics because it's against the law. The cover-up had little to do with Watergate, but was mainly to protect the covert operations. What I think happens here is, in part, the syndicate and Israel's connection to it gave them an enormous trove of blackmail to use essentially against the US. They knew all the secrets of the US. And in that little time, in the spring of '67, a bunch of them come out at once. I think that this has happened in other ways. It makes you really question Trump as he is, trying to disclose things about JFK and so on. It makes you wonder who is pushing this and why, even though I want disclosure on everything, which I'm just going to skip ahead here. And some of these things are beyond belief, but I found them to be true. One example, BCCI, Peter told, in the book about BCCI, you find out that it was spearheaded by Robert Morgenthau, who was one of the main people behind the clandestine effort to get Israel the atomic bomb. That's very weird. Peter investigated this in Senator Kerry's office and found that the guy he was working for, Jack Blum, was essentially a Mossad or an Israeli agent. So why is Israel or Israeli forces trying to take down BCCI? And what the successor to BCCI is called Far West. It's very obscure, but it seems to do the same things the BCCI was doing, but it seems to be more firmly in the control of Israeli actors. So what I'm saying is the fix, the ability to control the fix, the ability to control the drug traffic, and to control some of the exception, the assassination operations. I think that the Zionists have been able to use this to blackmail the US and shift US foreign policy. Because the imperialism was so corrupt anyway in the first place, the desire to rule the world, that they just sort of, the US opened itself up to that. And we as political scientists we talk about the state as a black box and it's a rational actor and so on, but we have a hard time as social scientists dealing with legitimately crazy political formations. But I think if you look at Gaza and what is happening, you have to conclude this is not something that is like, oh yes, the capitalist class does this and that and so on. What do you do with actual crazy political formations? And how do you even conceptualize what they are capable of? There's more that I could say on this, and I'll probably give another version of this elsewhere because I have too much here. I've been working too long on this. It's really mind-blowing material. But I'm going to skip to the end, which is the takeaway, and I hope that this resonates with people who were looking for just 9/11 minutia and forensic detail. So here's my conclusion. The US regime in 2025 is one big, beautiful, deep state fix. The neocon takeover of US foreign policy has been catastrophic, especially the post-9/11 forever wars. The neoliberal oligarchy of private wealth has turned every major sector of the economy into an avenue for billionaire rent-seeking. However we wish to apportion blame to Zionists, militarists, Wall Street, or the syndicate, the US-led West is in shambles with essentially no possibility of restoring its dominance. The best hope for a soft landing lies in spectacular disclosure. The truth about JFK and the other 1960s assassinations, the Gray Alliance, the 9/11/Amerithrax, Epstein, etc., Any of these could serve as a 9/11 in reverse that could provide the shock needed for fundamental reform along lawful and democratic lines. The U.S. can no longer function as a lawless and exploitative global sovereign. Truth, reconciliation, and deep reform are the only reasonable ways forward. I apologize for not being able to get more to my 9/11 material. I've just been immersed in this for quite a long time, and I could go on for probably 3 hours or 4 hours if it was allowed. So I hope that people appreciate that. Can I take any question from anyone, or should? No time. Okay. He's a fascinating character. He seemed to be anti-Zionist. Yes, his assassination is strange. It's quite possible. One question, Philip Zelikow, University of Virginia.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Fabulous. Wow. Really tied together a lot there. Last but not least, I would like to bring Gene and Sandra up. Gene, Sandra Laratonda. Gene and Sandra are two 9/11 truth advocates from Pittsburgh. Together, they host the 9/11 War Room, a weekly roundtable discussion centered around 9/11 news, strategy, and activism. It takes place every Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and everyone is welcome to join. They usually travel to New York City for the anniversary, but this year, Washington was the place to be. Please.
Hi, I'm going to use the microphone. He doesn't need a microphone.
Yeah.
Because he's got pipes.
Right.
You can hear me okay though, right? Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a little different from all the polished speakers that we've had tonight. Thank you for hanging around for so long and so late. Thank you to Redacted and all the people still watching on the live stream. Appreciate it tremendously. I know it's been a long evening.
Quaker House, thank you for the space.
Yeah, thank you to the Quaker House. So, we just want to tell a little story of how we got here, really, an activism story. It was in the fall of 2021 when Gene received an email at work. He's in construction, and he received an email from the National Fire Protection Association, the NFPA. Random, junk email, just inviting a whole bunch of people to attend their next conference, which was going to be in Boston. And,
Let me preface this by how many people are 9/11 activists and advocates in this room? By show of hands. And we'll sit here all day until everybody raises their hand, because every single one of you is an activist and an advocate. And this turning the tide wouldn't have happened without all of our collective efforts. So with that, this is one short story of how we took something so benign as a spam email and it turned into something like this.
Yeah, it's a story of how we got here. So it started off with this email, NFPA, and Gene had a thought, thinking, it's the National Fire Protection Association, which, 9/11 should have changed all the standards of how we fight fires and they set up their command posts, and they didn't. So we wanted to we thought it might be a good idea to maybe participate in this thing. So we sent the email. It was going to happen in Boston. So we sent the email to Richard and to our friends at Boston 9/11 Truth, Alan, Susan, and a couple of others. And we said, hey, check this out. What can we do with this? And long story short, everybody was totally gung-ho and said, yeah, that sounds like a great plan. We should have a booth at the NFPA. But we needed a firefighter, which, under the circumstances. So Richard had just reconnected with Eric Lawyer, Firefighters for 9/11 Truth, who had been in retirement for a couple of years. He'd been retired for a couple of years. They had just reconnected, and so we threw it at Eric, and we said, well, you know, what do you think? And he's like, that sounds like a great idea. And so he had been working on his boss for 10 years, Captain Raul Angulo, who a little reluctantly, but he'd been convinced by the evidence finally, and he decided to join the team. And together,
Eric worked on him for a while and took the name Wackadoodle from Captain Angulo all those years, but
Yeah.
broke through.
Broke through. And so the organization, we had to enlist under an organization's name. It was the Protecting All Protectors Association, and that became PAPA for short. So a very endearing term.
Alliance, yes.
Oh, did I say?
Protecting all.
I'm sorry, a little nerves. So that's it. So the following year, in June of 2022, the whole team went to the National Fire Protection Association's conference in Boston, which was followed by
Las Vegas, and then Orlando was the third and most successful. They all were successful, but the third one I did get to attend the event. Funny, just set of circumstances. Where our booth was, they didn't have anybody to purchase the booth next to us. So we got a double booth for the cost of one. Then we find out we're directly across from the International Fire Safety Journal. That's a bonus. He's an Englishman. And Paul Cayley, who produced Calling Out Bravo 7, also an Englishman, comes, we're like, this is great. They'll see each other. This will be a good thing. They did hit it off, but then Captain Raul Angulo showed up. Duncan! They embrace each other. It hits off really well. Duncan invites Raul to write an article in the International Fire Safety Journal. 8,000 word paper article put in the magazine, and that caught the eye of Kurt Weldon, former Congressman Kurt Weldon.
Yep. Funny side note on that one, Kurt Weldon reached out to Raul to, get him to, connect, and Raul hung up on him because he he didn't think that Kurt Weldon would actually be calling him until someone called him 2 days later and said, why did you hang up on Kurt Weldon? He goes, was that really him? And it was, yeah, that was him. You better call him back. And so they connected, and Kurt Weldon's been on many podcasts. He got the eye and ear and attention of Ron Johnson. He's been, it's just been an incredible road. Tucker Carlson was the big one. So all of this is to say that every little action has the potential to lead to something really big. And, if we are here today, it's because of all the actions that all of us, all of you have done for the past years, your dedication, your passion about it, your unapologetic behavior. And so we would like to invite you to maybe help us plant further seeds tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning. We'd like to go to Congress and deliver
this document that a lot of people took some effort in. This is all of what we think are the most essential pieces of evidence, all condensed into 9 pages. You can imagine how much stress, and she edited it, and I can vouch it was very hectic in those final days when everybody wanted to put in their final comments. No, you forgot this. You need to put this in. And so we have architects, engineers, chemists, physicists, a lot of people putting a lot of effort into this. This is the request for a call for an independent presidential investigation into the World Trade Center destruction on 9/11, and it's addressed to President Trump, asking him to put together a commission to investigate this. So
any of you, if you have nothing to do tomorrow morning at 9:30, we'd like to see you on the corner of First and Independence. We need 20 people.
Looking to get 20 people. Yes, separate. All right. The address will be at the First Street and Independence Avenue. That's at the corner of the Capitol, basically, right in front of the Cannon House office building. We're looking to get Group of 20 broke off into
10 groups of 2, and an ambitious project to visit all 500 plus offices amongst us.
So we're looking
So-
from 9:30 to 1 p.m. It's gonna be rough. We'll give us about 3 minutes.
Bring your running shoes, and if you're watching on live stream, redacted, if you're in the Washington area, that goes for you too. You join us tomorrow morning. How many will be there? I don't know.
All right.
Raise your hands.
How many people would be able to go? This will be at 9:30 in the morning at the corner of First and Independence. And we're going to start the walk there. We'll hand out the materials, everything you need. We have a lot of copies of this that we want to hand out.
No.
Yeah, we don't need ID.
No.
Yeah, anybody can walk. Yes. Yeah, please. So there's 2 events going on shortly thereafter. So that's from 9:30 to 1. At 1:30, we're going to re-meet. At 1:30, we're going to re-meet, and Diana is going to lead us in a demonstration out front of the White House.
Oh, and Diana bought some signs?
Yes. Yes. So, morning congressional outreach, 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. If anybody needs to get a hold of me, I don't know what's easier for you to remember, a phone number or an email address, but my phone number is 724-826-1001.
We're streaming live.
I don't care. I put my stuff out there all the time. 724-826-1001. I publish it all over the internet, so it doesn't matter. Canon office building right out front. Or you could reach Sandra and I at contact. Yeah, or you could reach Sandra and I by email at contact@911warroom.com. Very simple to do.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Okay, yeah. Phone number, if you need to get a hold of me personally, call or text. 724-826-1001. 724-826-1001.
Yes.
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 Yes. I'm sorry? Yes. And if anybody would like, somebody's trying to call me. That's hilarious. Whoever's trying to call me right now, that's great. Wait till I get off the stage. And then for Diana, going to in front of the White House, get ready, phone number coming. Diana's phone number, 202-640-0054. Diana will be leading the demonstration in front of the White House. Diana, if you could stand up.
Diana's right over there.
That's what Diana looks like. All right. One more time. 202. Sorry, streamers. 202-640-0054. Let me. That's the way. Too fast. One time slow. Here we go. 202-640-0054. Who feels really confident they could be there to join us tomorrow at 9:30? Let me just show of hands. And we have those shirts for sale. Forgive me, Phil. Yes. $20 a piece. We'd love to wear them. So we got hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We got 12. We're almost there.
You counted them?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yep. All right, let me wrap this up. Thank you all for being patient with all of the technical glitches and whatnot. I just wanted to end with, we're almost out of here, one quote from Margaret Mead. You all know what I'm going with this. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change this world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Thank you all for being here today. Come back tomorrow.
So we're going to 1-2 part circle.
Folks, one last thing. It's not about, it's about fun. We are meeting at the Admiral, 1 DuPont Circle. Listen up. If anybody's hungry, restaurant and bar, 1 DuPont Circle, the Admiral. We're going to, I think a lot of the speakers and other people are going to be heading over there. Richard, anything else you want to add to that? Richard's going to be there. All right.
Okay, I'm going to say that 3 more times.
Yeah, you should plug it.
So we're going to meet at the Admiral right now, 5 blocks down Connecticut Avenue, 5 blocks walking. Meet some of the speakers and the organizers. We're going to have a drink on John. And don't forget the speaker lunch tomorrow at 2 p.m. for VIPs and speakers that are select speakers that are invited. So, thank you, everybody, for coming. A big round of applause for the organizers, the speakers, and you guys, the attendees. Thank you.